but I'm okay in my own ears. Thank you. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, at 5 to 9. Yeah. Yep. Perfect. Yeah. Thanks. Yes, sure. Okay. Okay, well, good morning and a very warm welcome to the 47th edition of the Türkiye İş Bankası Istanbul Marathon. It's Sunday, the 2nd of November 2025, and conditions here in Istanbul absolutely glorious. It's 13 degrees centigrade. There's a very gentle wind coming off the Bosphorus, but conditions much better than a year ago when it was cold and windy and wet.
Bu maratonda ağırladığımız 9000 görevli 2000'e yakın gönüllü ve 40'tan fazla
well, this is the
kurum bu
world's only
devasa
marathon, which is
etkinliğin
an
kusursuz
intercontinental
yürütülmesi için
marathon. It
çalışıyor
starts in
olacak.
Asia, over on the eastern side of the Bosphorus, and then travels after about 400 meters over the Bosphorus Bridge, also known as the Martyrs of July the 15th Bridge, for about 2 kilometers before it gets into Europe. And then it drops down, takes a left and onto the banks of the Bosphorus. And most of the race is dead flat
102 yıl önce bir
along the
halk
banks of the
özgürlük
very
için
famous
koştu.
Bosphorus
Bugün
itself.
o mirasın torunları
I
olarak
can get very excited near the finish because somebody's
yolunda
going to win the race and they're
koşuyoruz.
going to come sprinting towards the line. It's going to be a dick finish. It's like the Olympic 100 meters final. Wow! What a win there for Lilay.
Sporun birleştirici gücünü bugün iki kıtayı hep beraber için koşuyoruz.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Her adımda o 29 Ekim sabahının heyecanını hissedin. Bugün 102 yıllık bir mirası da onurlandırıyoruz. Her adım bu ülkenin geleceğine bırakılmış bir iz, aynı zamanda bir umut. Türkiye İş Bankası 47. İstanbul Maratonu'nda sizlerle birlikteyiz. Saat 8.45'te tekerlekli sandalye startıyla başlayacağız ama öncesinde sizlere İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımız Sayın Ekrem İmamoğlu'nun mesajını paylaşmak istiyorum. Kıymetli sporcular, sevgili katılımcılar, benim canım hemşerilerim. Tam 224 gündür sizlerden uzakta, Silivri'de bir hücrede esir tutuluyorum. Her yıl olduğu gibi bu yılda İstanbul Maratonu'nda aranızda olmak, sizlerle beraber start vermek ve hep birlikte koşmak isterdim. Maalesef aranızda değilim. Yüreğim, umutlarım sizlerle. İstanbul Maratonu Ekrem İmamoğlu.
Kıymetli sporcular, dostlar, değerli İstanbullular, seçilmiş Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımız ve Cumhurbaşkanı adayımız Ekrem İmamoğlu'nun dediği gibi dünyanın en güzel maratonuna hoş geldiniz. Hepinizi sevgiyle kucaklıyorum. Şimdi mikrofonu Cumhuriyet Halk Partisi Genel Başkanı Sayın Özgür Özel'e veriyorum.
Değerli İstanbullular, çok değerli genç arkadaşlarım, hepimizin ayrı meşguliyetleri, ayrı tercihleri, ayrı mücadeleleri var. Ama bugün hep birlikte bu güzel pazar gününde dünyanın en güzel şehrinde spor yapacağız. Hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Tadını çıkarın. Morallerimizi yüksek tutalım. Her şey çok güzel olacak.
Cumhuriyet Halk Partisi Genel Başkanı Sayın Özgür Özel ve İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Başkan Vekili Sayın Nuri Aslan'a konuşmalarından dolayı çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Artık çok kısa bir süre kaldı ve tekerlekli sandalye startıyla biraz sonra başlayacağız. Tekerlekli sandalye startımıza geçmeden önce aramızda bulunan paralimpik sporcularımızı da hatırlatmak isteriz. Nurşah Usta, Zeynep Acet, Zübeyde Süpürgeci, Ömer Cantay, Birol Kamar. Tekerlekli sandalye startı çok kısa bir süre içerisinde verilecek. Sizlerden bir kez daha güçlü bir alkış duyalım mı şimdi İstanbul? 42K ve 15.5K sporcularının son çanta teslim zamanı saat 9:10'dur. The final backdrop of time for 42K and 15.5K athletes is 9:10. Tekerlekli sandalye startı biraz sonra verilecek. Geri sayımı biraz sonra sizlerle birlikte yapacağız büyük bir coşkuyla. Cumhuriyetimizin 102. yılını kutladığımız bu haftada İstanbul'da Türkiye İş Bankası 47. İstanbul Maratonu'nda sizlerin de coşkusunu sonuna kadar hissedeceğiz geri sayımla birlikte.
Sonra nasıl döneceğim?
Ve son 10, 9, 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1...
Devam et abi, yavaş yavaş. Yavaş.
Okay. This is Lilay. Okay, thank you.
Cumhuriyetimizin 102. yılını kutladığımız bu haftada sizlerle birlikte 40.000 kişiye Türkiye İş Bankası 47. İstanbul Maratonu'nda birlikteyiz. Hep birlikte eşlik ediyoruz. Yaşasın Cumhuriyet diyoruz.
Do you know who the... Okay, thank you.
Büyük bir coşkuyla Türkiye İş Bankası 47. İstanbul Maratonu'ndayız. Cumhuriyetimizin 102. yılında bu büyük coşkuyu sizlerle birlikte yaşamanın mutluluğundayız. Cumhuriyet sadece bir yönetim biçimi değil, bir yaşam biçimi, bir özgürlük manifestosudur. Bugün bu maratonda attığınız her adım bir teşekkürdür. Atatürk'e, silah
Well, good day to you
arkadaşlarına,
and a very, very warm
Cumhuriyete,
welcome wherever you're watching. My name's Tim Hutchings with you now for the next 3 hours or so, covering this 47th edition of the Istanbul Marathon. To give it its correct name, the Türkiye İş Bankası Istanbul Marathon. Sponsored by the main national bank of Turkey. There's the lineup of events coming at us over the next 3 hours. The main marathon gets underway at 9 o'clock local time, and good numbers too. Over 6,000 entries for the main marathon 42k race, as we see this quite incredible shot of the Martyrs of the July the 15th bridge which crosses the Bosphorus. Of course, this is a unique marathon, the only one in the world which is an intercontinental marathon. It starts in Asia, we're looking across towards Asia to the east, and finishes in Europe on the western side of the Bosphorus. There's some of the best athletes coming at us racing today. Of course, the East Africans feature enormously, but two great races expected here for both and men's, women's races. And I can tell you, the conditions are absolutely perfect. A really nice morning here. Not much wind across the city. Dejana Debele, the defending champion, comes back in the men's race. Watch out for Mert Germanagese as well. There's some very, very strong athletes out there. The 37-year-old is only a 2:11 athlete, but there are plenty of athletes here indeed. Some 7 men who have broken 2:10, 14 women who have broken 2:30, and the women's champion is back too, Ruth Jabet, former Olympic champion in the steeplechase. She's back, the Bahrainian 28-year-old. She won here last year in 2:24. There's that field for the elite athletes. Tiggs Getnet will certainly feature as well. She's a 2:23 performer, set her personal best in her debut back in 2023 in Dubai. And Sofia Asefa, well, it's only her third marathon, but she's a 2:23 performer as well. Only had one race this year, that was in Copenhagen back in May. Of course, marathon races race very sparingly. The majority of them these days just do 2 marathons a year. And actually this latest generation of marathon racers don't do many other races. They used to do a lot of 10Ks and half marathon races, but this generation, well, they focus absolutely on just the marathon. And we can have a look at the course now. It starts on the eastern side of the Bosphorus, as I said, crosses over and then drops down at between 3 and 5K. Quite a big drop down to the banks of the Bosphorus. And then heads towards the Galata Bridge there at 9K, crosses over the Golden Horn, that little tributary off this to the western side of the Bosphorus. And then it follows the banks of the Bosphorus along Kennedy Boulevard for many, many kilometers, hugging the coast road. So it is dead flat there. And it makes a U-turn at just after 20 kilometers and heads back towards the finish in Sultanahmet Square. The kick in the tail is a very tough climb, a couple of climbs in the last mile, the last 1.5 kilometers or so. There's the thousands of athletes lined up behind the start line. As I said, over 6,000 in the main marathon. There's a 15K run as well for the masses, over 13,000 entries in that one. There's a corporate run with over 18,000 in it. That's just 6.5 kilometers, that particular race. And then there's a public fun run with 5,000 runners in it. So over 42,000 athletes today gathered in this glorious event in lovely late autumn sunshine. It's a World Athletics Gold Label road race this. The organisation is up to the very, very highest standards. And we do expect some fabulous racing at the front end today with thousands of the masses running along behind, raising money for charity as well. It's a truly glorious sight. The course starts, the actual start line is about 250 metres before the toll booths of the bridge, so about 400 metres into Asia. And then after crossing the bridge, at about 3K, they take a left-hand turn and drop down onto the coast road. But as you can see, those elite athletes are ready to go. Engines revving. 13 degrees centigrade, by the way, the temperature here in Istanbul. It's a glorious morning, it really is. Last year, what a contrast. Last year it was raining and windy and wet. The winning time 2:11 in the men's race was reflective of just how tough the conditions were. We'll get into the details of those elite athletes once they get racing. But Debele, the 30-year-old Ethiopian, won here last year in 2:11.40 by 15 seconds. He's a man with the best of 2:05, so that gives you some idea of how tough the conditions were. Hasn't finished a race since this time last year, though. He's had a few injury problems over the last 12 months. Although he is a serial winner. He won the Xiamen Marathon in China in 2018 and 2019. They get underway then at exactly 9 o'clock local time. And we're expecting those elite men up at the front end to be knocking out a pace of around 3 minutes per kilometre. That should bring them home in around 2:08, and in the women's race we're looking for around 3:23 per kilometre. Should bring them home in about 2:24. There are, of course, pacemakers for the elite men and for the elite women as well, to help the athletes, those top athletes, settle down to a nice steady tempo. And initially there's a little bit of an upslope as they get up onto the bridge. The first Bosphorus Bridge it's called. It's also known as the Martyrs of July the 15th Bridge. Just some soldiers defended the bridge to stop a coup taking place just a few years back. Well, what a scene that is. It's almost like something out of a tourist manual, isn't it? Absolutely glorious conditions. That's looking across towards Europe, by the way. The first bridge of the Bosphorus, there you are, which is considered the starting point of our racecourse, connects the Black Sea and the Sea of Marmara. The Black Sea to the right, up to the north, and the Sea of Marmara down to the south. In our opinion, it's a great idea to start the run with a deep blue landscape and connect two continents by running. That's a totally unbiased opinion, typed out by somebody from the organising committee, but they're absolutely right. It is a great idea. You can see the athletes there high above the northern banks, sorry, the eastern banks of the Bosphorus, ploughing along, and big gaps appearing already with what, only less than 2 minutes on the clock. But once they get this upslope out of the way, then it is plain sailing, frankly, for the next 40 kilometres or so. until they get to the left-hand turn up towards the finish in Sultanahmet Square near the Blue Mosque, where they have a pretty severe climb to negotiate for about 60 meters, and that climb involves 2 sections of steep running. So it is quite a nasty end to this race, but opportunity to run plenty of fast running before that. Well, in the men's category, the champion is Daniel Kipkore-Kibet, the women's champion from last year, Ruth. The women's, sorry, that's the course records we're talking about. Kipkore-Kibet's 209.44. That was back in 2019. Ruth Chepngetich, of course, now the world record holder, 218.35. That was back in 2018. And 2:18 on this course is a spectacularly fast time. The course record on the men's side is only 2:09, but 2:18 for the women is actually worth somewhere around 2:04.30 for the men's time. So there is a lot of expectation and hope that the men's course record could go today. If the pacemakers do a good job, and if 1 or 2 fellas out there are absolutely on song, we could see a new men's course record. Well, it's never a nice way to start a race, having a steady uphill climb, rather like the New York Marathon, which is also today on the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. The race for the first mile or so, 1.5 kilometers, is gradually uphill, and then when they reach the apex of the bridge, they ease downwards again. Although the highest point of the course is actually just on the European side. As they come off the bridge, there's another slight upslope, and then they drop down left, a big drop down, very, very fast, between 3 and 5 kilometers before they hit the coast road and can get into a nice steady rhythm without much variation in profile, so to speak. Well, there's the leading women's pack. The sun behind the athletes makes them more silhouetted than lit up. It's hard to read their names, isn't it? But obviously that will get better as the race unfolds. Just over 4 minutes on the clock now, and that first kilometre for the men, 3:04. Now that's pretty quick considering they're going uphill. That's a projected finishing time of 2:09.07. So immediately it looks like they're on course record schedule for what it's worth. We should see how things unfold over these next few kilometres. But 3:04 for the first kilometre in the men's race is a great way to get things underway. That's going back to the start line, where the masses continue to pour across the line. And this is about what we expected, a pack of about 12 or 14 to lead away in the men's race. Another athlete to look out for, Ronzas Lokitam Kilimo. He's a 2:06 performer, produced that when he was second in Seoul last year, a race he lost by just 1 second. He'll be hoping and praying he doesn't have another sprint finish today. Well, there you can see in the men's category, 3 times Mogus Tayo has won this race in 97, 98 and 99. 2 times Stephen Langat, David Chepkwony, Kazine Adilo and Vincent Kiplagat, 2010 and 2011 most recently. So double winners are pretty common in this city, and it's hardly surprising that so many of them come back. The prize money here today is absolutely fantastic. $50,000 US for the winner here. That's now a compulsory minimum prize money in World Athletics Gold Label races, which, as I said, this race is one of them. And in the women's category, we'll look at the number of athletes who have won it 2 times. Adriana Barbu in 97 and 99, the Romanian, then the Ukrainian, then the Russian Madina Biktajirova, and then it became the years of the Kenyans and the Ethiopians, and no surprise that just about every major road race, major marathon around the world these days is dominated by the East Africans. Amani Gobena, 2014 to 2015. Ruth Chepngetich, 2017 and 2018. As I said, the world record holder with that incredible run in Chicago of 2:09 last year. Although it has to be said, Chepngetich unfortunately has been busted for doping over the last few months, the last few weeks. In fact, she has been banned for 3 years. And many people looking at her world record from Chicago of just under 2:10, 2:09, with quite a bit of skepticism, it has to be said. It's a permanent problem in all sports. Athletics, marathon running is no exception.
Abi bunları takip edeceğiz.
So they're off the bridge now and onto dry land, so to speak. And I mentioned that they continue to gradually climb to the highest point of the course. I think it's 63 meters
Hop yavaş.
above sea level, above the level of the Bosphorus. And as you can see, these athletes leaning into this upslope. So you can see all of them gradually settling into a nice rhythm. Alphonse Kibiwot-Keegan, the 32-year-old, is one of the pacemakers there. You can see him to the left, front left of that group. Men's category, there's the winners. Look at that, how many times the race has been won. 17 times by Kenyans, 11 times by Turks, and Ethiopians 10 times. Great Britain twice. Kenyans looking to add another one to that total to make it 18. And on the women's side, well, the Ethiopians top the rankings with those scores, so to speak, those winning numbers. Ethiopia has won 8 times, Kenya 7 times, as you can see. Russia 5 times, those were the days long, long ago. Romania and Ukraine 4 times each. But I think it might be some while before we see a European win again in the Istanbul Marathon. Ethiopians looking to regain or to take the title again. Dejene Debele, the defending champion, won here last year in 2:11:40 in the men's race. But on the women's side, Ruth Jabet of Bahrain is the reigning champion and defending champion. Now at last they reached that high point. That's the highest point just behind them there, and they've gone through, just gone through with 9 minutes on the clock, just gone through 3K. So the second kilometre was what, a 3:07 for the men. And the third kilometre, 3 kilometres, they reached in 9:20, so that was a 3:09. But that's to be expected because it's a nasty climb through that kilometre between 2 and 3. They're now in the 4th kilometre, and very soon they will drop down onto the coast road and onto Barbaros Boulevard. This section here, where they run about 1,400 meters before taking a left, and then get to 4K, and then take a slight left, and then get to 5K past the Naval Museum, and then they're almost at the banks of the Bosphorus. It's a huge city, don't forget, is Istanbul, spread across either side of the Bosphorus. The majority of the tourist attractions are on the western side in Europe. The eastern side, I'm told, is a better place to live. It's not quite so busy, not quite so chaotic with dense traffic as Istanbul itself on the west side is famous for. Well, these fellas are probably thinking, when is this race going to flatten out? Because they're still on a very slight upslope here. But you can see the pacemakers doing a good job. Obadiah Kiplangat in that dark strip, slightly shorter than Alphonse Kibiwot-Keegan to the left of picture. Well, back in 2001, look at that. The Pedaso Turbe winning from Sreten Ninkovic of Serbia by just 1 second. A tiny winning margin. 2:18:21 to 2:18:22. You don't see times quite as slow as that these days, but that's the closest ever finish here at this race. You can see there as well the pacemakers in the women's race just trying to coax them along, building up a slight gap, but a 3-second gap back back in 2004 when Serap Aktaş took the title for Turkey ahead of Kovreshkina of Ukraine. 206.42 to 206.45. Again, you don't see major races won with those times these days. But this is interesting on the women's side because one athlete is already beginning to break away. And that's Rael Cherop, the 25-year-old. She's only a 2:29 athlete, ran that in May when she was second in Linz in Austria. She's going with the pacemaker here, Michael Mutai, the 42-year-old. And it would be very, very early, 12.5 minutes on the clock. It would be incredibly early to make a break like this. 4K, by the way, in the men's race reached in 12:34. That was, again, quite a bit of upslope there. So that was a 3:14 fourth kilometre. And now, look, left of picture with this split screen, you can see them beginning to head downhill. That'll be very, very welcome indeed. They probably feel like they've been battered a bit by those first 3 or 4K, so much of which was on a slight upslope. But now they can enjoy themselves. Of course, wheelchair races taking place today as well. The race tries to accommodate athletes from every category. Not a World Marathon Major, so the big names of global wheelchair racing, the super elite, are not here. They'll be in New York, I suspect. They go through 4K there, the women, with what, about 13:40 on the clock. So, yeah, on schedule there for roughly about what was expected. We're looking for about 16:55 at 5K for the women. Well, that's the largest winning margin ever in the men's side at 6 minutes 28 by Hasan Saylan of Turkey back in 1979, beating his compatriot Turgay Oguj 2:42.08. But again, you don't see races won with those sort of times these days as these fellas plough along towards the 5 kilometre point. And they are now on Barbaros Boulevard. They're on this section for about 1,200 metres. It's absolutely dead straight. The women just turning onto it. They're enjoying some downslope running now as well. And there's the biggest winning margin ever back in 2015. Amani Gabena winning by almost 9 minutes. The Ethiopian ahead of her compatriot Zerfi Lemene. 2:31 to 2:40. That is a huge winning margin, isn't it? Goodness me. So that's still a big pack in the men's race. Bouncing along now in those various shoes which assist the athletes to faster times these days. If you haven't heard about the advancements in shoe technology, welcome back to planet Earth. They basically have got a new type of foam in them and carbon rods that keep the shoe very stiff, but the result of the technology built into the sole of the shoes is the athletes their legs don't get quite so battered by the pounding on the roads, and they recover better from training and from racing. They recover more quickly, and the shoes actually help them just run faster. They bounce along with a bigger stride. But that's a nice pack, and they are enjoying good conditions. Look at the trees, not a breath of wind in this section of the course, and it is a big pack. It's about 15 strong, I think. Just trying to check if that is the men's pack. I think it is, in which case it's bigger than I thought. It's probably about 20 strong, actually. They've gone through 5K in 15:26 in this men's race. 15:26, and that, as you would expect with a big downhill, was a 2:52 kilometre. That's a 5th kilometre. So 15:26 at 5K. means there are some way off schedule at the moment, but they'll make up for that. Turkey's largest museum with 20,000 artifacts in the maritime field. The Istanbul Naval Museum is what they pass at about 5k. Maybe you'd like to visit the first military museum established in Turkey after completing the race course and having a good rest. Yes, I tell you what, if this isn't on your bucket list, it certainly should be, this race. And Turkey, by the way, in the English language as we call it, is now Turkey. There's changes afoot all over the place. Do you know the Czech Republic? It's no longer the Czech Republic, it's Czechia. Now, if you say Czech Republic, you're out of date. And the same with Turkey, it's Turkey. Well, 1-2 athletes grabbing their drinks there just after the 5k point in that men's race to left of picture. In the women's race, a nice pack just tucked in behind the two pacemakers now. I think there was a breakaway earlier on, but that's now settled down. And the pacemakers, of course, have to get their drinks as well. So there's confirmation of that split at 5k, 15:26. It's a little off schedule, but they will get into clawing back the times for a time of around 2:08, I suspect, over these next few kilometres. The course is pretty much dead flat. And there's the size of that pack. How many athletes there can you count? About 15 in this lead pack of the men's race. And I really do hope they grasp this opportunity to go through 6k there. This opportunity to run really fast here today in Istanbul. It's not often you get conditions as good as this at any race. 18:23 the time at 6k, so that kilometre at 2:57, that 6th kilometre. That means they're moving along at just about the perfect tempo at the moment. Tall figure there in the red and green is Christopher Kitetu, 31-year-old, who said he may finish the race here today. Now the Dolmabahce Palace and Mosque is at about 6k. It's one of the most beautiful views of the Bosphorus from that place and was built by Sultan Abdülmecid. Mustafa Kemal Ataturk spent most of his time during his visits to Istanbul there, with the Dolmabahce Mosque right next to it. It's a wonderful structure that'll take you on a short journey into the history of Istanbul during your run. Well, of course, when you're actually running the race, you may not have time to really admire the glories of the city, but what a city it is in which to spend a few days and explore. A lot of bargains to be had too in the various souks, the various markets around the place. The bazaars, the Grand Bazaar, I understand, I heard a couple of days ago, is the biggest area of covered shopping in the world, the Grand Bazaar. It's quite spectacular. I nearly got lost in there myself a couple of years ago. Almost got tempted to buy something too, but managed to avoid that. Well, in the women's race, there's the splits at 5k, 16:56 for the women at 5k, and that is pretty much spot on for about 2:24 pace. By the way, no 5k time there for Ruth Jabet, and we understand she may not have been amongst the starters here. A very late withdrawal from Ruth Jabet. So the defending champion, or the reigning champion I should say, is not here on the women's side. We are guaranteed a new champion in the women's race. The main race is behind the elite athletes, getting underway, as you can see. At 9:19, the 15.5k race. Our first wave has gone off, and then the next wave will go off at 9:38, some 19 minutes later, and then the third wave, that 15.5k race, goes off at 10:05. Remember, in that 15k race, there are 13,000 athletes, so around 4,000, 4,500 in each wave. These Kenyan and Ethiopian athletes, remember, travelled in on Friday, the vast majority of them from Addis Ababa, where just about all the top Ethiopian athletes are based. And in the case of the Kenyans, the vast majority are in Iten, the town of runners, or in Eldoret, a few hours drive west of Nairobi. But their focus on these races is laser sharp because they train so hard. They live a monastic lifestyle. Many of them traveling away to train in a separate camp between Monday and Friday, and then they go home to the families, perhaps the wife and children, or the husband and children at weekends. But they dedicate their entire lives to running fast, week in, week out, month in, month out. And these races, these days of racing are very, very special to them when they only race 2 or 3 times a year. Well, that's the lead women's pack, and it's not quite as big as the men's. The men's is about 15 or 17 strong. That women's pack looks to be about 12 in it. Moving nicely, still moving really well. There's 23 minutes on the clock, and the pacemakers on this women's side are doing a fine job keeping them on schedule now. Tucked in behind each other, 2 by 2 pretty much in this men's pack, but I think that's more a result of the speed they're moving at than the fact that they might be running into some wind. There is a little bit of wind about, and they will be exposed to it at certain points when they get closer to the water, to the Bosphorus, but at the moment conditions really nice. People out for a Sunday morning stroll, just wondering what's going on, but of course the absence of the normal intense traffic is a clue. So Bawaz Kiplagat is the tallest of the pacemakers, the 29-year-old. Ian Obadiah Kiplangat, who's a Manchester United fan, going well at the moment at the front there. And Alphonse Kibiwat Keegan, the tall man in that sort of purple mauve kit to the left of that leading trio. I think Christopher Kitetu is tucked in behind them. He's a big lad too, in that orange and green vest. The rest of them, well, they're just trying to get these early kilometers out of the way as economically as possible. Don't do anything drastic. See the women to write a picture, heading for their latest drink station. 25 minutes on the clock, almost 25 minutes on the clock. Yes, just confirming they went through 5K in 16:56, but of course that was long ago. They're all now getting close towards 10K. The men certainly, probably about 3 minutes away from 10K, maybe 4 minutes away from the 10K points. And very soon, in fact, I don't think they have yet crossed the Galata Bridge. That's at 9K. No, they're I was talking about 10K, I don't know, 10K, they haven't reached 9K yet. The men went through 8K in 24:31. That's over the 3:02, that kilometre. That's pretty much spot on the tempo they wanted. 7K, or 21:28. And the kilometre up to 7K was a 3:06. So a little bit of fluctuation. The idea of the pacemakers is that they settle down, a nice steady lay down, a nice steady tempo. These elite athletes. Much of the course in shade in these early stages as they negotiate the buildings approaching 9K. And then they will cross over the Galata Bridge. The Galata Tower there. It's such a famous landmark. It's located in the Beyoğlu district, built in 1348 as a watchtower, as part of the walls. It was actually embedded in the walls of Galata, but the tower is currently being used as an exhibition place and a museum. You can't avoid it. Almost everywhere in, it seems like almost everywhere in Istanbul, you can see the Galata Tower. It's a glorious structure, huge too. When you get up close to it, it's much bigger than you think. It's just over 200 feet high, about 63 meters in height, and quite magnificent. It's actually been used as a lighthouse in the past as well for shipping on the Bosphorus. Well, on to the Galata Bridge then. It's one of the only bridges in the world that's got a tramway across it. It connects Karaköy and Eminönü, and built on the Golden Horn, across the Golden Horn, is one of the rare bridges where trams run over it, as it says. The racecourse where you can enjoy running with a view of Karaköy, Eminönü, and the Golden Horn awaits. The Golden Horn, by the way, is that stretch of water, and it's a tributary to the Bosphorus, which runs roughly in a north-south direction, and the Golden Horn passes off to the west. Looks like a giant river coming in, a giant round valley, so to speak, from the west, with very, very high hillsides leading down to it. Lots of glorious properties and hotels and bars looking down onto the valley. Some spectacular views of the Golden Horn to be had, and some very good drinking establishments, I can tell you from experience, on the hillsides looking down onto the Golden Horn. There they go then, heading in a southerly direction. This lead men's pack of about 16 or 17 athletes clicking along nicely now. They've gone through 9K in 27:34. That 9th K of 3:03. So the last 3 kilometers have been 3:06, 3:02, 3:03. They're averaging about 3:04 per kilometer. Just about perfect. We were hoping they'd be getting down to around 3:01, 3:02. Now, the Blue Mosque, that is quite something. That is a little way ahead of them at the moment. Blue Mosque is up alongside Sultanahmet Square. They'll be passing that to their right, but won't be taking the upslope that they will negotiate in, what, about an hour and a half's time towards the finish line. The Blue Mosque, well, it is an astonishing structure. In fact, wherever you go in Istanbul, you're surrounded by mosques. They're everywhere. They're Christian places of worship as well. But are these men taking the opportunity that these conditions present them with? It'd be nice to see them head down towards a slightly quicker tempo. 3:01, 3:02 would be a nicer average than 3:04. Because if there is any wind out there, then that will begin to take its toll as the race wears on in the middle or latter stages. We're so used to winds here. I don't want to sound like a pessimist, but we're so used to winds here, whether it's the half marathon or the marathon every year in this city, that a day like this seems almost impossible. It's rare. They cross that timing map there. At 10K, the elite men. We'll give you that split as quickly as we can. We hope they'll pass 10K in about 30:10. They've gone through in 30:41, so they are about 30 seconds outside what was hoped. They do need to double down now and start working harder. Maybe you can forgive them for a slightly slower second 5K than expected, because the first 5K there is so much upslope. There's the women on the Galata Bridge, enjoying a glorious view. Lots of fishermen on that bridge, walked across it last year. There's plenty of fishermen trying their luck in the waters below. And the elite men there, passing the drink station just after 10K. There's the official split, as I said, at 10K 30:41. That's a 3:07, that's 10th kilometre. So yeah, they are just slacking outside, a little bit outside what was wanted. Those pacemakers need to give them a shout and move up the tempo a little bit. Those last 4 kilometres, 3:06, 3:02, 3:03, 3:07. I'm not quite sure why, because the conditions are absolutely glorious. Good road surface too. It's one of those races where everything's laid out on a plate for you, and when the conditions are as good as this, you really do need to grab the opportunity with both hands. Here's that elite women's pack. Number 16:56, their time at 5K. And that was almost spot on for 2:24 tempo. Rail Cherop still very much up there. See as well in there Joan Jepkoskai Kalimo in the orange, looking quite comfortable. She's a 2:25 performer, and Kalimo won Casablanca last year in 2:27, about this time last year. It's only her third marathon, still learning her trade, so doing well to just be tucked in is Kalimo in that women's field. And in this men's race, well, there's a good indication there's no wind, not in their faces at the moment anyway, because they're spread across the road, about 5 or 6 across the road at the front end. And of course the smart runners hugging the inside of that slight right-hand curve at 11K. Indeed, the race for much of this section gradually follows a slight right-hand curve around the protuberance of part of the city where the big tourist attractions are based. The Topkapi Palace and the Blue Mosque as well sit up on that hillside. Well, the Sirkechi train station, known as the final stop of the Orient Express train line. I didn't know that. How about that? The Orient Express train finishes in Istanbul. There you are, you learn something every day. Where does it start? What's at the other end? Siberia? Eastern Russia, I'm not sure. Anyway, here's something for you to have a little Google. Other surfing providers are available. The women then getting their drinks at 10K, and the women's 10K time 33:38, and that is good. That is quick. That's quicker than expected. 10K 33:38 for that leading women's pack. That puts them on schedule for something down around 2:23. I don't think we're going to see a 2:18 course record here today in the women's race. That would be very unfair to expect that, but you can certainly expect a very, very solid time. By the way, the men there, look at that huge wall they're running alongside. That is part of the ancient city wall of Istanbul. Remember, it used to be called Constantinople. And it runs for miles and miles around the city. I ran along it yesterday. I had a jog along the part of the city wall yesterday. It is quite magnificent. Its scale is astonishing. It is huge in places. Very, very high. Massive guard towers as well as part of the city battlements of old. And it runs along the coast here, of course, when marauding invaders came from overseas and hit the coastline, then they met stout resistance. Well, the Topkapi Palace, it was built by Sultan Mehmed between 1416 and 1478. In the 15th and 16th centuries, it served as the main residence and administrative headquarters of the Ottoman sultans. This palace, with its historic buildings, collections, and nearly 300,000 archived documents, is one of the largest museum palaces in the world. It is quite astonishing, the Topkapi Palace. I know that because I visited it roughly 100 years ago when I was about 13. My parents drove from London to Istanbul, can you believe, and back in a 3-week period. And a part of our visit took in the Topkapi Palace and the Blue Mosque. That's how much we wanted to visit it back then. And here I am coming back each year for this glorious weekend of racing, and the half marathon as well, which is in April. Well, there's the Ahirkapi Foghorn and Lighthouse, which is a pathfinder for ships entering the port of Istanbul from the Sea of Marmara to the south and passing through the Bosphorus, heading northwards. It's amongst the most important historical structures that were built during the reign of Sultan Abdulmecid, and having survived to the present day. Quite a structure too. Look at that good traditional looking lighthouse, isn't it? Wouldn't look out of place in on the south of England coast, or indeed anywhere on the English coast. Stands to reason, doesn't it? Build a tower with a light at the top, call it a lighthouse. Well, they're moving really well now, still alongside the city walls, the men's field. The Bosphorus will stay on their left for many, many kilometers yet. They make a turn just after the 25-kilometer point, so they've got what, some 12 kilometers or so of running to come yet in this men's race with the Bosphorus on their left. By the way, they went through 11k in the men's race in 33:42, so that was a 3:01. They must have been listening to me. They got back, dialed back into 3:01 tempo, and 12k 36:42, and again that is a 3 minutes exactly kilometer split. So they have started running at exactly the tempo that was expected in the men's race. They're picking it up nicely now. Next significant split will be 15k for the men's race. The masses enjoying their day in these lovely, lovely conditions here in Istanbul. Everybody with their own reasons for running. Maybe for charity, maybe just for good health. Although that's not something you can volunteer for. If you're running, it's definitely for good health. But whether it's your main motivator or not is another issue. Some great drone shots of the masses there as they get their racing underway from the start line over in Asia on the eastern part of the course. It's now what? It's 9:40 local time, so that's the second start of the 15k races just got underway. They got underway at 9:38 local time. So one of the more sweeping parts of the course here, with a right-hand sweep along the banks of the Bosphorus for this elite men's field. Get an idea of the size of those city walls there to the left of picture. This is the women's pack. One or two dropping away in the background, they're right of picture, but this is a pack of what, about 10 now. They've gone through 10k, the women. 33:38, as I said, and that's what, 12 athletes strong at 10k. Just Mekonnen and Amosa. Well, Amosa, I suppose, is the only one beginning to drop away. She's what, about 12 seconds down. But otherwise, they're enjoying these conditions, and they are moving, relatively speaking, compared with the predicted times, at a slightly better tempo, the women. What's interesting for me, though, is that of the two pacemakers, I can only see Michael Mutai, the 42-year-old. Where is Yibel Alamiru Getohun, the second pacemaker? Maybe he has dropped back and he's helping those women in the second group. Misa Yima is there as well, in the orange. 21-year-old, she's got a best of only 2:34. She's running at a tempo here about 10 minutes quicker than her personal best, so it'll be interesting to see if she can hang on to that. Could be a spectacular day for her. There you can see where they are on the course. The men now running in a westerly direction, having negotiated that long right-hand sweep between 10k and about 12 or 13k. They are hugging the inside of the curb because there's a slight right-hand sweep for the men to the left of picture. The women, what is it? Sizable pack. I mean, the two packs actually now are not dissimilar in size. I think the men's pack is slightly bigger. Be interesting to see if the men can maintain this really healthy tempo that they're hanging on to at the moment. 13k, they've gone through in 39:46. That was a 3:04. That 13th kilometre. They had ran a 3:01 and then a 3 minute exactly kilometre split through to 13 through to 12k. men's course record. Well, it could be under real threat here today. Remember, sub 2:10 times here are very rarely run, but it's 2:09.44 by Daniel Kipchoge-Kibet of Kenya back in 2019. So what, 6 years ago? It'll be 6 years ago tomorrow, actually. Now, during his record run, Kibet went through 10K in 30:14. They've gone through this morning in 30:41, so they were about 30 seconds down there, but the next split will be very significant, the 15K split, to see if they've clawed back a bit of ground on that virtual figure of Daniel Kibet, who's at the moment about 100 meters up the road ahead of them. The shadows are shortening slightly here in Istanbul as the sun climbs higher into the Turkish sky. It's almost 9:45 in the morning local time. We're 3 hours ahead of the UK, 2 hours ahead of Central European time. And while the crowds might not be out on the roads, the conditions are very friendly indeed, very welcoming. Lovely racing conditions here in this city. I think the second biggest city in Europe. I think Moscow is the biggest city in Europe with about 19 million. This city is about 15.5, 16 million, Istanbul, and then I think London comes next. London just makes it onto the rostrum in third place with about 10 million, and then there's quite a big drop-off to the next biggest European city. A lot of people watching this in bed on this Sunday morning on local TV, or enjoying a stroll around their neighborhood, but not out supporting the races on what is Kennedy Boulevard along this southern section of the race alongside the Bosphorus. There is the Blue Mosque, looking quite magnificent with Asia in the background. Some of the backdrops and the sights in this city, which is an undulating city. There's not a lot of flat ground. When you come away from the water in Istanbul, there's not a lot of water. There's plenty of ups and downs. Yesterday when I went for about a pathetic 5K jog along the walls of the city, it was all up or down. There was no flatness to it, I can assure you of that. And even here in this little section, now they're beginning to drop down. This is an underpass, so this is one of the rare slight undulations in the main body of the race for this men's field. You can see Isaac Kipkemboi 2 in the orange there to left of picture. He's a 2:08 performer. His only race this year was when he came second in Milan. That was 2:08.45 earlier on. So, as I said, so many of these athletes race just twice a year. Didn't race at all between 2018 and 2024. Isaac Kipkemboi 2, but he's having a good run today so far. Back to this women's field though. They are working well. The men, by the way, have gone through 14K in 42.50. Was a 3:04 again, so a couple of 3:04s have now kicked in the men's race. They're well on the way to 15K now. In fact, they've just passed through 15K. We'll be able to give you that split very shortly. Here they are on that underpass. Now at 15K, when he set the course record of 2:09.44, Daniel Kipchoge-Kibet ran 45.29. The men here today have run 45.54. So they are a little bit slow. It's another 3:04. The last 3 kilometers have all been 3:04. So they're not exactly attacking and pushing their straps, these fellas, at the moment. The projected winning time is 2:09.08, however, and that would be the course record. But at the moment they're behind the, as I said, that virtual figure of the course record holder. The course record set back in 2019. Last year the winning time was only 2:11.40. I think we're certain to see that go today. That was Jejene Tebele, who was in this lead pack. He went through 10K last year in 30:09. This morning they went through in 30:41. They ran a very, very timid first 10K here this morning, and I hope And I suspect that they are just saving it up for later on, and there's some good aggressive running to come, because they have run pretty conservatively this first 10 or 12k, even though they've now gone through 15k. 45.54, as I say. Is that a drink station? .55, the official split. And that is a big pack. 17 strong in this men's pack, and all the main protagonists are in there. The pacemakers at the moment dominating the view at the front end once they've dropped out, and we expect them to go to halfway and beyond. Once they've dropped out, we'll get a better idea of the men behind them. But Kilimo is there, Ronzas Lokitam Kilimo, Jajeni Debele, the reigning champion. Hüseyin Can of Turkey, I'm not sure I saw him in there. He was 6th last year. I don't know if he's in there, Chan. Yes, he is. He is up there at the moment. He's up in that lead pack as well, Hussein Chan. The pacemakers dominating the front end. Debele is there, Kilimo is there. Sufara Wali Kabato is there to Hussein Chan of Turkey. Good to see some local representation in the front end. Charles Yossi Maneria, he's at Kemboy 2, is in there as well. And the Kazakh athlete Shadrach Kimutai Koech, former Kenyan, runs for Kazakhstan now. He is in there as well. Well, the men's field to left of picture, one or two athletes just beginning to struggle, drop away from the back of this pack. I don't know if there's been an acceleration put in. It'll be interesting to see. 16k, by the way, in that men's race, 48.58. Could be early to make an attack, but I think it's an acceleration from the pacemakers. It's still only a 3:04. They did have to negotiate that that underpass. So the men, the last 4 kilometers have been metronomic. Every single split, 3:04. Negotiate an ambulance parks in the middle of the course on the inside of that bend. How bizarre is that? Couldn't park it on the outside of the bend, but on the inside of the bend. I wonder if they're going to move it when the next 5,000 or 6,000 runners come through. Well, this the experience of the mass runners further back behind. As I said, over 6,000 entrants in the main 42-kilometer marathon. The numbers bigger, of course, in the lesser distances. Certainly in the 15.5k run, some 13,000 in the corporate run, and it is a corporate run, I understand. It is 18,000 entries, absolutely huge. Photographers standing in the middle of the road. Of course you do. Somebody's going to run into them. Everybody have a great day out on the roads of Istanbul today. These fellas working hard, but somebody, I just get the feeling somebody needs to inject a little of urgency into this pack, or we're going to see more 3:04 kilometers churned out, and they'll get further and further behind. The projected winning time is still 2:09.08, mind you, so shouldn't be complaining about the tempo. They're moving well, moving at course record tempo. See the figure of Hussein Chan. He's wearing red. He's tucked into this pack. He's a 2:17 performer,
Oh no, that's Halim Yassin, excuse me. Hussein Chan. 26-year-old is the 2:11 performer. Produced that in Seville 3 years back. And there's the 15k split for the women. 50-34. Now that has slowed a little bit. That's interesting because they were inside schedule at 10k. And 50-34 at 15k would suggest a very significant slowing for the women. That's a little bit strange. But that indeed is what it says. So it looks like they've taken, what, 17 minutes for that third 5 kilometre segment. That's a little bit strange. I wonder if there's something out there, if there maybe one of the markers is, distance markers is out of position, because their first 5k took almost 17 minutes, and that was a huge section of it was uphill. And then they're saying they're 33:39 at 10k, 50:34 at 15k. There's been a very marked slowing in the women's race. All the onus, though, is on Michael Mutai to help these women through the vast majority of this distance. Whether he'll go the whole way, I don't know. Usually they do. Male pacemakers in a women's, helping a women's race, of course, makes it a mixed race. There are separate records for mixed races with women and men in them, and women-only races. But in this women's race, you can see Joan Kilimo in the orange, looking strong, tucked in behind the pacemaker. And Gete Ducale is there as well, in second place, effectively behind the pacemaker, the 21-year-old. She's a 2:26 performer. Has already run 2 marathons this year. She was 4th in Bali back in August. And, 3rd in Wuxi in March with a PB, and then 4th in Bali in August. And her 6th marathon. Another athlete to look out for there is Roman Guide. She's a 2:25 performer. Didn't finish Wuxi back in March this year. Her personal best was in Guangzhou last December, where she ran 2:25. An awful lot of races in China these days are welcoming the East Africans in their hordes. There just seem to be so many new races popping up in China. But Joan Jepkoskai Kilimo, as you can see, just 21 years old, 2:25 her lifetime best, and she's the athlete who won Casablanca last year in 2:27. Has had just one race this year. That was when she was 2nd in Milan back in April in 2:25. That is her lifetime best. There's Kilimo, Joan Kilimo in the orange. Look out too for Tiggs Getnet. She's tucked in there just behind Kilimo. Just 22 years old. Still her personal best in her debut in Dubai 2 years back when she ran 2:23. Back to this men's pack though, and they're moving well. Isn't it interesting to see the little figure of the Turk Hussein Chan, the shortest athlete in there by 2 or 3 inches, and that's saying something, because many of the top Ethiopians and Kenyans are very, very small. But he's in that red vest and moving well at the moment. Sufaro Walii also looking well there to right of picture. The 22-year-old made his marathon debut last year, and that was a win when he won in Nantong in April last year, although it was a modest 2:18 performance. But he's coached by Haji Adilo. Haji Adilo has something like 4 athletes in this race today. Very, very well-known coach up in Addis Ababa, who helps one generation of great runners after another come through to produce fabulously fast times. There's a lovely shot though of those pacemakers. Boaz Kiplagat and Obadiah Kiplangat at the front end, doing a fine job at the moment. There's a nice shot of a rather busy looking Bosphorus as the city wakes up and more people head out onto the water, perhaps for pleasure trips, ferries across the Bosphorus, ferries that actually can take you up in about 4 hours up towards Bulgaria in the Black Sea. There you can see the location of the athlete, the men, with 57 minutes on the clock. They've gone through 18k now. Their 17th kilometre, that was reached in 52:05, and that was a 3:07. So a number of 3:04s and then a 3:07. 18k, well, that's 55:08, and that was a 3:04. So they are sort of steadily moving along at 3:04 tempo now, which is a good, healthy rhythm. 19 kilometers they've actually passed through as well now, 58:13 at 19k, and that was a 3:05. So the men well on their way to 20k, then left a picture. To the right a picture, the women a kilometre or so further back. Slightly smaller pack, but the men moving well now on this section where they're bearing slightly left. Let's just see, they're approaching 20k. They're down towards the southwestern end of the course now, and heading more in a westerly direction than southwest. But they continue to hug the banks of the Bosphorus for another 6k, 6 kilometers or so before they take a right-hand U-turn and head back towards the finish in a northeasterly direction. Now, there were predictions that the wind this morning would be at about 14 kilometers per hour out there, but it looks to me like there's virtually zero wind. I can't see any movement alongside the men there to the left of picture. In the leaves and the trees, I don't think there's any wind out there. It's always very, very hard to tell. Look at that flag, top of picture to the left there. There is some breeze, but I think down on water level, the men may be a little bit more sheltered from the wind. Should be enjoying good conditions here. Now, one or two athletes just beginning to peel away in that men's race. They haven't reached 20k yet, but they are very close to it. We've gone through 19k, as I said, in 58:13. The men are about 20 seconds away from 20k, and then we'll get a better idea of their tempo compared with that of the course record holder Daniel Kipkora-Kibet when he set his record. Now, of course, he didn't necessarily run even splits. Indeed, his first half was quick, around 64:12 at halfway. Came back in 65.5 minutes, so he was about a minute and 20 seconds slower in his second half than in his first half. But there's a really good shot of the men from the side on, left of your screen. You get an idea of how quick these men are moving, and I think they have picked it up a little bit. It'll be really interesting to see if the 20k split, or the 20th kilometre I should say, is a little bit faster. Well, it's a 3:04. It's just come through. The 20k mark 61:17 for the men. That's a 3:04. And when he set the course record, Kipkora-Kibet went through 20k in 60:50. So he was, yeah, he did run in a very aggressive first half and then slowed quite significantly. I wonder if these fellas are going to slow this morning, or if they're going to do the opposite, if they're going to accelerate. But they've gone through 20k in 61.17. That's a little bit outside what might have been hoped for. They have been looking up kilometres roughly in the 3:04 range. And in the women's race, well, remember they got to 10k in 33.39, 15k in 50.34, so their 20k split is a little distance away just yet. We're expecting something around 68 minutes for the women at 20k, so they're about 5 minutes away from that right now. Well, the third wave of the 15k is about to get underway. Remember the massive field in that one. 3 different waves heading off today, and just looking at the third wave due off at 10:05. That's what the time is now. So they're enjoying themselves, all waving up at the drone camera there. And the great thing about waves is that every group of people in each wave, whether it's 2,000 or 4,000 or 7,000 strong, as I think is the case in Berlin, each group gets that feeling of being the stars. They get that wonderful atmosphere, that wonderful excitement is generated for them. And there they are waiting patiently to get underway. The volunteers, of which there are thousands that assist this event, a massive thank you to them, by the way, doing a fabulous job keeping things under control there. Back to this men's race though, 61.16 as I said at 20k. That is the official split at 3:04, getting them to that point. And we're not far now from the halfway point, of course, in this men's race. The turnaround, by the way, is at about 25k. So they've got quite some way to go yet before they take a right-hand U-turn at the southwestern corner of the race down near the Air Force Academy, and head back towards the central part of the city, the heartbeat of the city, in Sultanahmet Square. Well, there are 2 pacemakers there, Fetene and Michael. Now I'm not sure who this Fetene is, but he's doing a great job. It was supposed to be a Yibel Alamiru Getahun, but Michael Mutai doing a fine job as well. The pair of them working together to keep this pack of women on track. And it has whittled down quite a bit, hasn't it? How many women are in there behind these 2 pacemakers? How many female athletes? 2, 4, maybe only 7 or 8, I think, behind them now. It has got smaller. The tiny figure of Tiggs Getnet running, I'm not sure why, in a t-shirt this morning. Was to the right of that group. Back to this lead pack. They've gone through 21k in 64.21, and the halfway is 64.41. Halfway 64.41, so they are on schedule for a new course record with that split. That's great running. 64.21 was the time at 21k. That was a 3:04 as well. They have got to negotiate that big hill in the last mile, the last 1.5 kilometers or so. So let's hope that they can build up a little bit more of a cushion. But their halfway time, 64.41, compares with 64.12 when Kipkore Kibet set the course record of 2:09.44. That was 6 years ago, but his second half was a very, very much slower 65.32. So I think maybe, just maybe, these athletes running a more cautious, steady race today. Ooh, and somebody stopped with cramp. One athlete's had to pull up there towards the back of this group. Stopped and rubbed his calf. Don't know what he felt. Maybe cramp. He's lost about 30 meters on this main pack who are motoring nicely now. Moving all over the road, trying to run the tangents, the shortest line from one sweeping curve to the next. So, who is in there in this women's race? In the orange is Joan Kilimo. She's looking cool. To the right of picture there in the t-shirt is Tigst Getnet. Bizwaga is there as well. Bizwaga Adara, the 22-year-old. She's a 2:28 performance. She ran that in Rabat when she was 5th last April. Gete is there as well. Trying to see Gete Dukale, yes, the 2:26 performer from Wuxi. That was in March this year, 2:26 she ran there. And there's a couple of others there at the back who is hard to identify. But certainly Joan Kilimo and Tigst Getnet making their presence felt. I'm not sure I've seen Sofia Asefa in there at the moment. Is Sofia Asefa up there? Yes, she is at 20k, 67.35 for the women at 20k. And it's Gete Dukale, Sofia Asefa, Tigst Getnet, Joan Chepkozgai, Bizwaga, Adara, Mizayima is there as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 athletes in that women's pack. It was 12 at 10k. It's gradually whittled down, but they are stoically staying tucked in behind the 2 male pacemakers. Although one athlete there, left of picture, in the women's race, just beginning to ease off the back of this pack. 67.35 at 20k is just inside the schedule that had been set. They were looking for 67.40, so they're running nicely. Great job being done by the pacemakers in that women's race. Very tough too. If you drop away from a pack before halfway in a marathon, you've got to run the whole second half on your own. That's very, very difficult indeed. Just trying to see who it is that's struggling off the back of that women's pack. I think it might be Roman Guide. I can't see that she is in this pack. I can see Tigst Getnet, Joan Kilimo, Gete Dukale. But one athlete has dropped away from that pack, and who is it? Glorious scenes for the main pack of runners, whether they're in the full marathon or the 15k race. It's a superbly organised event, this, to shut down these massive roads in one of Europe's busiest, most densely populated cities. And look at that. Quite magnificent shots of the athletes pouring across the bridge over the Bosphorus. That's looking northwards towards the Black Sea. The Bosphorus is not very long, by the way. It's only about 30 kilometers long. Used to be a land bridge here, and then they reckon that just a few million years back the seas broke through between the Black Sea and the Sea of Marmara, or effectively the Mediterranean, and created the Bosphorus. And there's those splits at 20k for the women. 67.35 for Dukale and Adara, Joan Chepkozgai, Mizayima, Sofia Asefa is there, Tigst Getnet, Roman Guide is there as well. But since 20k, and that obviously was about 4 minutes ago. One athlete has begun to drop away, and I've got a feeling it might be Roman Guide suffering in the background there on her own. Wouldn't you think they'd hug that left-hand curve on a big sweeping left-hand turn like this? Why not go follow the absolute inside of the bend? That's what I would be doing if it's legitimate. Run a metre or two further than they needed to just there, but it doesn't matter. Bizwaga is there as well. Bizwaga Adera. Sophia Asafa is there as well. I think it's hard to spot her. She stayed on the far side of the pack all the time behind Joan Kalimo. But I think Sophia Asafa is there, the tallest, in fact, of this pack, I think. She's right behind Michael Mutai all the time. She's just staying out of view. The camera just cannot get her. There she is. Look, you can see her in the background in the white. Sophia Asafa is there as well. So Baratani, it was opened in 1700, the largest, most modern gunpowder factory of the Ottoman Empire. Wow, and it's still in one piece. They didn't have any mishaps then. Gunpowder, discovered by the Chinese, wasn't it? Only two or 3,000 years ago. Well, they went through halfway 64.41, the men. 22k 67.23. And that was at 3:03. Remember, they've been turning up 3:04s before that. 23k 70.31. And that was at 3:08. So they did slow through that 23rd kilometre. 24k 73.36, and that means they ran at 3:05. So they're fluctuating a little bit, this men's pack, from 1 kilometre to the next, and they're coming up towards 25k shortly. They've just got about 24.3k right now. Nice straight section, this one. Very straight, heading due west now. The shadows are long but shortening, relatively speaking, as at local time it's 10:15 here now in Istanbul, and these are the best conditions I've ever seen in Istanbul. They are absolutely glorious this morning, and the temperature at local time 18 degrees. It's a little bit warmer than ideal, but not too bad. Anything in the mid to late teens is okay. I was at the Berlin Marathon a month ago and it got up to 24-25 degrees when Sebastian Sawe set the world's fastest time this year. It was very, very tough for Sawe. He ran 2:02.16 in Berlin on the 21st of September, and it was 24-25 degrees for much of his day. It's a really warm day. It was so unlucky because many people feel he would have broken the world record and maybe punched through the 2-hour barrier in a legitimate marathon in Berlin a month ago, but for the warm temperatures. This men's pack looking good, and so is Hüseyin Can there in the red and black for Turkey. What a run he's having. He was 6th here last year, and he's run Istanbul so many times, Can. The little fella to the left there in the red and black shorts. He was 13th in Istanbul in 2019. He was 14th in 2021. Back in 2023, just a couple of years ago, he was 7th. So he knows this course really well, and he's having a fabulous run here. Coached by Kuma Gonbek. His wife Bekan will be watching this. And Can, who has very modest times on the track. He's a superb racer though. 2:11 he has run. He's on schedule here for a big personal best. If he can just hang in there with this pack, and he's doing so well at the moment. His track times 14:20 for 5,000, 29:54 for 10,000. Those are desperately slow for a man who is knocking on the door of being a world-class marathon racer. He's very much a distance runner. He was 49th in the World Championships marathon in Budapest back in 2023, where it was sweltering hot. conditions there probably suited him. But Hossein Can waving the flag for Turkey here this morning and almost moving to the fore. And I think he gave one of the pacemakers a nudge there, as if to say, come on, pick it up, push it along. And I think maybe he's getting frustrated, Can, that they're slowing. Let's have a look at how these splits are coming through now. 25k, 76.51, and that's why he's frustrated. That 25th kilometre was a 3:15. Now, I don't know if there's any misplacement from the markers, but if that's correct, it's unbelievably slow. They've really slowed dramatically leading through to this drink station, the men's field. And Hossein Can towards the front end of this. Can you imagine if he were to win or place at least in the top 3 today? What an astonishing run that would be. Pacemaker's doing a good job, but they need to rally the troops now and try and push things along, because the projected winning time at 25k after that very slow 25th kilometre is 2:09.43, so almost exactly on course record schedule. That course record, remember, is 2:09.44. They haven't yet negotiated the turn, which comes at about 26k, this men's pack. And there you can see one and two athletes just beginning to struggle. It's about 15 strong still, this men's pack. It's a good big pack at 25k. The temperature is climbing though. Once you start getting up towards 20 degrees, then it's not ideal for marathon racing. We all know that. Just a little bit too warm. Dixon Nykundi is in there as well. I saw him, the 30-year-old. One of the shorter athletes. Here is the turning point though. It's the only U-turn in the race. Obviously there's a slight slowing there, but now they begin the return journey. That's at about 25.5 kilometers, 25.8 kilometers. And now they're heading east-northeast, back towards the busy part of the city, this big pack. And they do need to start working hard here. The Bosphorus to the right, the sun to their right, and flat road ahead of them. And I just get the feeling that nobody is really redlining here. That's why the pack is looking a bit comfortable. They're bunching, and in fact is worryingly bunched. I'm scared somebody's going to go down. They have slowed here, there's no doubt about it. They've gone through 26k. That 25th kilometre was a 3:15. That's the slowest kilometre of the race. It's even slower than they ran on the big climb at the start. There was a 3:14 in the 4th kilometre, but a 3:15 at 25k. Lovely conditions. That's disappointing. And the 26th kilometre, goodness me, it's a 3:12. I don't know what's happened, whether they've all decided to take a breather or what, but 1:20.03 at 26 kilometres, and a 3:15 and a 3:12, and they are beginning to lose ground now on a possible course record. There are the splits at 25k, 76 minutes 52 seconds, and it's a big pack, about 15 strong. Shadrach Kimutai Koech is what, about half a minute back, and then Joshua Limoshen Nakeri is another 15 seconds or so behind him. But one or two of these athletes now tucked in behind the pacemakers, and I wonder if it's the pacemakers who are almost holding them back now. I feel almost as though the pacemakers should be pushing along, accelerating, because that pack is almost queuing up behind them. Look, somebody ideally needs to shout at these pacemakers to get a move on or get out of the way, because the racers behind them are bunched so tightly it looks like it's becoming a tactical affair, and yet they've still got what, some 16 or 17 kilometers to run. Somebody has got to get the bull by the horns here and start pushing on. They can't all be feeling exactly the same. Somebody in there is feeling more comfortable than the rest. But whose responsibility is it to get their head down and start striding out. The defending champion, Dejane, there in the green, Dejane Debele. Well, he went through 20k in 61.16, 25k in 76.53. Officially, and 25k when the record was set was passed in 76.10 when Daniel Kipchoge-Kipet ran his 2:09.44, and he slowed through the second half. So what these fellas need to do now is just keep their foot down, keep pushing hard, and they might yet get that course record, that elusive course record which has survived now for 6 years. In the women's race, yeah, they are beginning to peel away. Look to extreme right of picture, athletes disappearing in the background. We're down now to what? Is it 5 races? Just down to 5 women with what? An hour and 23 on the clock. Well, the women passed halfway in 71.22. That is good running from them. 6 of them in the pack at that point, but I think they've lost one since then. That was obviously a couple of minutes ago. So a smaller pack in the women's race, big pack in the men's race, but the women running slightly more aggressively here, I feel. 71.22 for the women. Well, that's obviously under 2:23 tempo, so they are moving really well. This men's pack is just too big for this late in the race for it to be a pack that's really moving at optimum level for each of those athletes. I wish one or two of them who are capable of it, and undoubtedly there are one or two of them, would pick it up and push on now. Because the course record is beginning to slip away. That is the danger. This next 3 or 4 kilometers are critical. Well, here's the finish line up in Sultanahmet Square, the hippodrome nearby, the circus of ancient times. It's an area of the city that is just soaked in wonderful history. The Blue Mosque is to the right of picture, just out of sight. That's not the Blue Mosque, but the Blue Mosque itself is very, very close by. And there is Sophia. Moscow Sophia, wonderful structure. Hagia Sophia Mosque, to give it its full name, originally built between 532 and 537 during the reign of Emperor Justinian I, is the 3rd structure constructed on this historic site. After the conquest of Constantinople in 1453, the old name for Istanbul, Sultan Mehmet the Conqueror, Fatih Sultan Mehmet, converted it into a mosque, and it was later reinforced by the famed architect Mimar Sinan. In 1934 it became a museum, but in 2020 it was reopened for worship again under its current name, Hagia Sophia I Kebr Kami I Serifi. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Forgive me if I didn't. But yeah, these structures around the finish area are quite astonishing. Nice place to finish a race, have a drink, sit down, gather your resources, get some energy back, go and have a bite to eat, and then look around one of the most glorious cities in the world. This, the lead women's pack, and it really has whittled down now to 5 women tucked in behind the pacemakers. What a good job they have done. Fetene and Michael Mutai have coaxed them along to nowhere near course record tempo, but to possibly a sub 2:23 clocking, and that would be special. It would be personal best for these women if they could hang in there through this next 45-55 minutes or so of running. There's the 25k split. for the women, 1:24.45. So it's taken them about 17:10 that last 5K. They have slowed a little bit, I think.
Bas abi.
Yeah, there's heading, I think, now for about 2:24. Back to this men's race, though, and still this big pack. Still looking really strong is Hussein Chan. Ooh, and one of the pacemakers has now stepped aside. I think that was Christopher Katetu. Bernard is in there as well. He's looking strong, isn't he? That's Bernard Kipkorir. Hussein Chan is there. Ronzas Kilimo. Isn't he looking strong? Set that personal best in Seoul last year in South Korea when he ran 2:06.09, so he's running well within himself. But he was only 9th this year in Seoul. Back in February this year, he was second in the Guadalajara half marathon. He's got good speed. He's running his 12th marathon here, Ronzas Kilimo. He's very experienced. Centre of picture. Bernard Kipkorir in the red. He's also got plenty of experience, the 35-year-old. Second in the Mexico City Marathon back in August. Set his personal best in March, 2:08.12. So he, I'm sure, being watched here by his wife, Mercy Chepkoech, and the 2 children back at home, aged 3 and 2. He lives in Eldoret, one of the great centres of racing and training up in the Kenyan Rift Valley. Inspired by his mum, he said to me yesterday, Bernard Kipkorir, to keep racing, keep training hard. He was 4th here last year. He knows this course. Sufara Wali also looking good too in the men's pack. Left a picture there in the centre of the group as we look at them. Sufara Wali, just 22 years old, the Ethiopian. He's a 2:07 performer, really top performers. Never run on the track, but he's one of that Haji Adilo coach group. Inspired by Kenenisa Bekele. So many of the Ethiopian athletes say they're either inspired by Kenenisa Bekele or by Haile Gebrselassie. They've got so many wonderful mentors and heroes to look up to. Well, no change in the women's race to right of picture, as you can see. Still chugging along behind those 2 pacemakers are the 5 athletes: Bizwaga Adera, Gete Dukale, Sofia Asefa, Tigst Getnet, and Joan Kilimo. Nobody's showing any signs of dropping away just yet as they pass one of the wheelchair athletes. Now, who's that beginning to struggle towards the back of the group there? Aman Kadi looks like he might be struggling, the 31-year-old Ethiopian, who's a Chelsea fan, incidentally. He'll have been happy with his team's results yesterday in the English Premier League, but he won't be so happy that he's dropping away here. He has a personal best of only just inside 2:13, mind you, so he is pushing it here, but he's coached by Haji Adilo too. Yeah, and you can see there in the background in the blue, right of picture now, Aman Kadi is really struggling. Just over an hour and a half on the clock, and he's in trouble. Now let's have a look at these split times that are coming through. The 27th kilometre, they reached 27k in 1:23.11, and that was a 3:07. But remember, the 2 previous kilometres have been 3:15 and 3:12. And 28 kilometres, 1:26.19, and that was a 3:09. And then the 29th kilometre for the men as they approach 30k now. 29 kilometres, 1:29.19. That's a 3-minute kilometre. So they have kicked in a little bit harder this last kilometre, the 29th kilometre, as they've gone through 30k now. That split will come up shortly. Remember when he set the course record Daniel Kipchoge went through 30k in 1:31.29. And what have they gone through 30k now? In fact, they're just about to go through 30k. But they are behind Kipchoge's schedule now. The projected winning time at 29k was 2:09.58. Indeed, it slipped outside 2:10 at the 28k marker. 2:10.05 was the predicted time at 28k. Well, there's the 30k line they've just gone through. They've just gone over the timing mats at 30k. And the time at 30k, as we see the... Who is it? The corporate run getting underway then, back on, in Asia, on the eastern side of the bridge, the first Bosphorus bridge, that corporate run. First wave of the corporate run. There are two waves of it getting underway at 10:32 local time, so it started a minute or two ago. And remembering that corporate race, some 18,000 entries altogether. Absolutely massive. Really good to see the big numbers in Istanbul today. Record numbers, by the way. 30k in that men's race reaching 1:32.37. And that was a 3:07. So their last few kilometers have been 3:07, 3:09, 3 minutes exactly, and then another 3:07. Well, they're watching each other, aren't they, in the men's race? It's become a cat and mouse affair. And as they're doing that, so the chances of a fast time are slipping away and a course record. The chances of a course record are slipping away. They were glancing around at each other just now. And I think one or two of them perhaps are losing patience. Look at this. What are they doing? Zigzagging across the road. Dejene Debela, the reigning champion in the green, is a big fella, but he's almost jogging there. There's confirmation of those splits at 30k. 1:32.27. Hussein Chan was looking around, sizing up the opposition. Isaac Kipkemboy too is in there as well. Back to this women's group, and still 5 women tucked in behind these fellas. And in the women's race, they went through 25k in 1:24.45, remember. So they are on schedule for something around 2:24, maybe just outside 2:24. They have slipped a little bit over the last few minutes, the last 10 or 15 minutes. They've slowed slightly. But a wonderful race developing in both competitions here in Istanbul in this 47th edition of the Türkiye İş Bankası Marathon of 2025. Fast times are a bonus. Great racing is sustainable. That's what we hope to see here today, and it's unfolding in both men's and women's contests in Istanbul. Slight upslope there negotiated by this women's field. 1 hour 36 on the clock. So they're at about 28 kilometers, 28.5 kilometers. And in the men's race, things beginning to happen at last. Somebody has got the bull by the horns, and it looks like it's Isaac Kipkemboy too. He was a good middle distance runner as a youngster. He ran 1:49 for 800. This is only his 3rd marathon, and he's obviously feeling strong. And 1 hour 36 on the clock, and he's probably thinking, right, It's now or never. I don't train hard to jog and run tactically. And as he pours it on down the road there, and that orange vest to left of picture, so they're tucked in behind him, was slipstreaming behind him. They have been playing cat and mouse with each other. They've been watching each other just too much this last half hour or so, and I think they've let the opportunity of a course record maybe slip out of their grasp. You could argue that the massive prize money on offer here today, remember, $50,000 US for the winner, is a distraction, because they're thinking about that maybe rather than just running super fast times. If you asked any of those fellas in that lead pack if they'd prefer to win in 2:11 or come third in 2:08, you know what the answer would be, because the drop-off on prize money is massive. Listen to this: first place is $50,000, second place is $20,000. That's a huge drop-off. So winning is non-negotiable. Fast time can wait for another day. That's probably what they're thinking. But now that the pace has picked up, so this men's pack has broken down a little bit and it's got smaller. I'm trying to see who that is at the front end of this men's race. It's Sifara Walii, who is, I think he was gesturing at the others to come with him just then. So, we're down to a smaller number. He's at Kemboy 2, to the left of picture. Dejeni Debela, the defending champion, is in there. Sufara Walii is there. Hussein Chan of Turkey giving a fabulous account of himself. He's tucked in there. We're down to about 7 now in this men's race. The pack has whittled down significantly over the last 10 or 15 minutes. Bernard Kipkoria, I'm not sure if he's still in there. Need a close-up shot of that men's pack just to confirm who is actually tucked in there. Yeah, Ronzas is there as well. Ronzas Lokitam Kilimo is tucked in there. But aren't they looking good? Aren't they looking strong? But they're watching each other, and it is a tactical affair. Charles Yossi Mineria is in there as well, I think, second to left, just behind Dixon. He's looking strong as well. Dixon Naikundi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We are down to 7. They've gone through 31k with a 3:11. Yeah, they're watching each other. They're playing that game of that tactical game, and it does mean, unfortunately, that the chances of a quick time are slipping away as each kilometre goes by and stays slow. 32k, 1:38.39. That was a 3:02. They did actually put in a slightly harder surge there, which was pushed on by Safaro. But Hussein Chan accelerates there towards that drink station, and I think he's had enough. This looks like a determined surge from him. You have to take a judgment, don't you? You have to decide whether or not the people around you are playing a canny game, a smart game, a tactical game, or are they struggling? And I think this is a significant push from Hussein Chan. The little Turk has pushed on really strongly. He's testing the others here. He's saying, come on, match me if you can, because I'm feeling pretty good here. I'm feeling pretty strong. And he could still be heading for a personal best. Whether he wins or not, Chan's personal best is only just inside 2:12. He's run 2:11.56. That was for 36th place in Seville 3 years ago, can you believe? But Chan working hard to break the others, to test the others. Back to this women's race, though. And stubbornly hanging on to the two pacemakers is this pack of 5. And that tells me as well that they're not really being stretched here. It's been a little bit too cozy, a little bit too comfortable for kilometre after kilometre this last 30 or 40 minutes. And in a way, I suppose you could look at this and say, well, the pacemakers are holding them back a little bit. It's just too convenient, too comfortable to be tucked in behind the two pacemakers. And that, in a way, is what's keeping them bunched. You almost feel as though now the pacemakers should step aside with 1 hour 42 minutes on the clock and let them race. There's a wonderful shot. Look at that, the thousands pouring along Kennedy Boulevard, heading southwards and southwestwards. And on the return journey now, the elite athletes, the men and women alike, from the elite field. Parts of those glorious city walls, you can see there all too clearly. That's just one tiny section. I can tell you that there are miles and miles and miles of those walls around the city. It is quite astonishing. Well, Dejeni Debele has kicked on, but so have others. Ronzas Lokitam Kilimo is there. Izap Kikemboy too is there. The little Turk who's giving such a good account of himself, Hussein Chan. He was 6th last year. Surely he's going to place higher than that today. And Sufada Wali is leading them. But is this a test now of Dejeni Debele? Is he beginning to suffer and maybe drop back a little bit from this pack? In the green there, last year's champion. And we are back to this group of 5. And Ronzas Kilimo looking very comfortable there. Left of picture in the mauve top. Sufada Wali, the 22-year-old Ethiopian at the front, bouncing along. He's only an inch or two taller than Hussein Chan, and Chan is tiny. But they're looking at Sufada saying, come on, push along. Why should I do all the work? Interesting, that gesturing to the men around him. Unusual in a marathon at this late stage. 1:43 on the clock. They've got, what, about 25 minutes of running to come. So we're down to 5 in the men's race, and funnily enough, down to 5 in the women's race, behind the 2 pacemakers. Identical situations with 1 hour 44 on the clock. Left a picture in the men's race here in Istanbul in this 47th edition of the Türkiye İş Bankası Istanbul Marathon of 2025. Left a picture. The men's race we're down to 5. 1 and 2 athletes have dropped away in the background, you can see, and that's because the last 2 kilometers have gone 3:02, 3:02. The 32nd kilometer and the 33rd kilometer, both 3:02. Prior to that, we had some 3:07s and a 3:11 and a 3:09. It had been slowing. They were watching each other. And then the man, to his credit, who seemed to break it up at the 30k drink station was Hussein Chan of Turkey. He injected some urgency to this, and he's right in the middle of this little pack of 5. To the left of picture, he's the shortest of them, the smallest of them, but he's looking strong, looking really strong. He's up Kemboy 2 in the orange, looks comfortable for my money. So does Ronzas Lokitam Kilimo of Kenya. Really hard to tell who is feeling the easiest. Dejeni Debele looking strong now, surging along there with those black arm sleeves and the green vest. He won here last year, remember, by 15 seconds, fairly comfortably in 2:11.40. I hope they've done their homework, those who don't know this course, because they should know that in the last 2 kilometers there's a very, very vicious climb, demanding climb. You've got to prepare yourself psychologically for that. But we're down to 5 in that men's race, down to 5 in this women's race, and now I really feel as though it's the pacemakers who are holding them back here a little bit. They should be allowed to just race now. not sure what function these pacemakers are serving in the women's race. They've gone through 30k and 1:42.18 in the women's race. And that's Tigist Getnet, Joan Kilimo, Gete Dukale, Sofira Sefa, and Biswaga Adera. And then the gap back to the 6th placer, Roman Guide. Well, it's about a minute and a half, a minute and 20 seconds, something like that. They are motoring nicely though, these fellas. They've got through 34k and 1:44.43. That was a 3:02, so they have picked it up. There's no doubt about it. The last 3 kilometers have each been 3:02. A lot of chopping and changing of position too, and now another surge from Hussein Chan. And is this a significant attack from the little Turk? What a gutsy run this is. And the crowds on the far side, some of them applauding these athletes, but most of them look oblivious to the fabulous battle that's unfolding here. Chan moving aggressively and doing everything he can, Hussein Chan, to test this group. And this is very rarely seen. It's partly maybe because they were coming to another drink station, but he's also looking very, very powerful and sprightly, and up for this is Chan. Making sure he gets those liquids on board, absolutely critical now with the temperature climbing here in Istanbul. 18 degrees, it seems to be steadying at around 18 degrees. It's going to go up to 2021 this afternoon, but that'll be long after these fellas have finished. But now moving past 35k, a 35k split. That was 1:47.51, and they are beginning to motor it a bit better now, but the projected finishing time after that 3:08, 35th kilometre, is 2:10.01. And again, they just bunch once more behind Chan, the tiny figure of Chan, who's dwarfed by the huge figure of Dejene Debele, the 30-year-old defending champion in the green in that men's race. And the women's pack hugging the inside curb, tucked in behind the 2 pacemakers. I almost feel now as though if you could instruct the pacemakers as to what to do, you'd say to one of them, move to one side of the road, the other one accelerate away and see who goes with him, and then who doesn't go with him can be helped by the second pacemaker who moved aside. But at the moment it's just a little bit too formulaic. The 2 pacemakers are running side by side, the 5 women tucked in behind them look quite comfortable. I'm not sure if the women are really racing each other so much as just surviving behind the 2 pacemakers, and that's not what you want in an ideal situation. You want some racing to unfold. Here's that pack of 5 men. Lovely shot from a drone just above them and behind them. You can see what they can see. But who's feeling the best? Who's going to be the strongest in those last few kilometres? And Dejene Debele must be having a sense of deja vu here after last year's victory. Sizing up the opposition. He's the biggest of these fellas. Huge shoulders there in the green, Dejene Debele. Very different build to Ronzas Lokitam Kilimo, who has more slight build, slightly thinner, but is moving well. And now another attack here from Sifara Walii. The man coached by Haji Adilo to so many great who's coached so many great champions over the years. Sufaro Wali attacks in the women's race, in the men's race, and in his women's race, as I was saying, just tucked in behind these two pacemakers, looking very comfortable. Now these five, and if only they could be told to step aside and let the women race now. So 36 kilometers has come and gone. The 36th kilometer was a 3:03. So 3:08 and then 3:03. So they are moving well. 1:50, 54 at 38k, 36k rather. Indeed, they're approaching 37k now. So about 5k to go in this men's race. About 15 minutes of hard running to come. Sufaro looking around him, trying to measure up the opposition. Can you get any information? This is a tactical affair now. The five of them running not necessarily comfortably, but just so tightly bunched. Hussein Chan tucked in behind them. He's a very busy little racer, isn't he? He's all over the place. He's left and right and up and down. The smartest racer would be just tucked in there at the back, just biding their time. It's almost been like a middle distance race this last 10 minutes or so in this men's competition. Nobody wanted to give anything to the opposition. It might be better off just dropping back a couple of meters and watching them fight it out and biding your time. But it's almost 5 abreast in this men's race with 1 hour 54 on the clock. They've got about 14 or 15 minutes of running to come. Athletes have gradually dropped away off this group over the last half hour. The women's race, well, the 5 out in front have been together for a long time now, behind the pacemakers, that is. Ronzas Kalimo watching the others, trains with a big group. Self-coached, mind you, there's no coach in the group, he said. Back to this women's pack though. Still the 5 tucked in behind the pacemakers, no change here at all. And I'd like to see a few changes going on, but they're sort of being held back by the pacemakers in a way. Who are doing a great job, but they need to start stretching them now. And as I say that, Sofia Asefa looks to be beginning to struggle behind this group. Goodness knows why. A couple of them are running in t-shirts here. It's not a cold day, it's a warm day. It's 18, 19 degrees out there. But Sofia Asefa may be struggling here, and only her 3rd marathon. Formerly a great steeplechaser. To the right of picture there, just dropping away from this pack from Sofia Asefa. Was a silver medalist in London 2012 in the steeplechase behind Gribi of Tunisia. Personal best 9:07, a fabulous steeplechaser. She took the bronze medal in Moscow in 2013. The following year at the World Championships was 4th in the World Championships in 2015, 5th in Rio at the Olympic Games. And then she temporarily retired between 2018 and 2022. And she's only had 1 race this year, Sofia Asefa. That was a 2nd in Copenhagen in May. Didn't have any races last year. But is she now struggling? And are we down to 4 in the women's race to write a picture? Men's race, still 5. Every one of them battling away there. And Chan, Hussein Chan, what I said, he was 6th last year. It looks like he's guaranteed himself an improvement of at least 1 position. The worst he can do, surely at the moment, is finish in 5th place. But is anybody pushing it hard to really test the others here in this men's race? He's at Kip Kemboy 2. has only run one race this year. That was his personal best in Milan earlier on this year when he ran 2:08. They've got to 37k. They've gone through 37k, and that time at 37k, 1:53.57. That split was at 3:03, so they have picked it up. These kilometers are coming out quicker now. 3:08 for the 35k, but then 3:03 and 3:03 the last 2 kilometers, and now through 38k, but it has slowed again. It's at 3:11 at 38k. It's a 1:57.09 clocking. So they are very much toying with each other here, looking around, trying to size up the opposition, gauge how much energy is left in the legs of their opponents, which is almost impossible to do. You've got to run your own race, I think. That women's match still struggling desperately to hang with the other 4 is Sofia Assefa. She's 37 years old, she's been around a long time. Has had some great races over the years as a supreme track racer. But that gap, look, write a picture between Sofia Assefa and the other 4 and the 2 pacemakers is about 10 meters. Frustratingly, she just cannot close it, so she must be absolutely redlining here. Very, very tired indeed. Almost 2 hours on the clock. And Hussein Chan in this men's race, still looking really strong. Can he cause an upset here? Wouldn't it be magnificent if Turkey could have a home winner in its biggest marathon of the year here in Istanbul? The crowds on the other side loving it. Some of them filming this pack of 5 as they go by. Some of them applauding. All of them very, very interested in how this race is unfolding, and if only they knew that there's a little Turk tucked in there, they'd be screaming at him, cheering him on, giving him adrenaline, giving him a surge of encouragement. But he maybe is getting that anyway just by being in this company, this sort of company. The projected winning time, by the way, at 38k, 2:10.05. So I don't think they're going to get the course record here today. They need to accelerate superbly through this last 3 or 4 kilometers. So that's all that's left now. They're at 38.8 kilometers. They've got about 3.5 kilometers to go. And Sufaro there, holding his finger up. I'm not quite sure why. Is he being clipped from behind? Sufaro Wali. He's never run on the track. All the top Ethiopian athletes live in Addis rather, excuse me, without exception. They live in Addis Ababa. So Faro Wali, well, he's an Arsenal fan. A lot of the Ethiopian athletes are. He'll have been happy with their result yesterday. He's married with 2 kids, and maybe at this stage of a race, when you're really working hard and having to dig deep, dig into your reserves, you get inspiration from having family, from having a wife and children, or a husband and children back at home. And you know you're racing for them, because one of these 5 is going to be $50,000 richer in about 10 minutes time. They're closing in on the finish. They're closing in on that final turn where they turn left at the lower gate of Sokeji Gulhane Park and take a left turn, and starts a severe climb, and then it flattens out, and then there's another climb. It comes at you twice. It's a double whammy. And that, then the glorious sight and the flattening out of Sultanahmet Square. Now, one of the female pacemakers there, Fetene, is going off to get a drink. And I do sort of wish these pacemakers now would step aside and let them race, because we've still got 5. It looks like Sofia Assefa has regained contact with his pack, and I've been saying for a while that I think these pacemakers are almost sort of holding them back. Certainly they're not letting them just race in a natural, unbridled fashion. On the contrary, they're being sort of reined in and controlled by the pacemakers. And that's a bit of a shame. They're not running a super fast time here this morning in the women's race. They've gone through 30k, remember, in 1:42.18. It won't be long before they go through. They should have got through 35k now. We haven't got a split for the women at 35k. Very strange, very frustrating. We haven't got a split for the men at 35k either, so maybe the 35k timing map was malfunctioning. But they have gone through 39k in the men's race. Here they are. 39th kilometres at 3:09. Well, they had a 3:11 the previous one, so they are watching each other very, very carefully. They've just gone through over 2 hours. They've been running up for 2 hours, 2 minutes. 2:00.18 it was at 39k. They're almost at 40k. They go through 40k and then take that left-hand turn, then we're into the really painful part for them, because it's a vicious climb. Which of them is going to survive at the best? There's 40k. I made it 2:03.33 at 40k. 2:03.31 is coming up on the timing system. Means it was at 3:13, so it's been getting slower. 3:11, 3:09, 3:13 these last 3 kilometers. There's the ancient city walls. Well, they're going to punch through that and head up the mountain, so to speak. The severe climb in Gulhane Park. 2 climbs, in fact, is what it consists of. This is where they need to steel themselves. If they've prepared psychologically for this next 5 minutes or so, then they might come out on top, because it's going to be very, very tough. You watch, you wait. There's no ladder involved, but there could almost be, because it's a really tough climb when they take this next left-hand turn. Any second now. The crowds on the other side of the road, so many of them filming this lead pack as they go past. They want to get that few seconds of glorious footage of these 5 gladiators battling away here in Istanbul. Drinks being taken on board still. It's absolutely critical to get the liquids on board so you can keep battling away. Momentarily, it looks like Hussein Can is just struggling. They're heading up towards the Sultanahmet Mosque, the Blue Mosque. The mosque built by the Ottoman Sultan Ahmed I is one of the greatest works of art in Istanbul, and the last stop of the uniquely beautiful Istanbul Marathon race course. The organisers recommend you visit the Blue Mosque, which has become the focus of local and foreign tourists, and take a small historical tour in Sultanahmet Square. I was in there last year, the Blue Mosque. It is quite astonishing. And why is it called the Blue Mosque? Well, inside there are thousands of Iznik tiles painted with floral motifs, which are mainly blue. So it's the colours inside the mosque that are blue, that largely blue, that give it its name, the Blue Mosque. It's a classical Ottoman layout, is that mosque. And now a classical moment in this race as they take the left-hand turn and head up into Gulhane Park. This is the tough climb. They lean into it now, and this is where you need to kick in hard, and this is where the gaps appear. And look at them pushing hard here. The battle now seems to be between Dejene Debele, the defending champion, and Ronzas Lokitam Kilimo. Fittingly, Debele, the defending champion. Where's number 1? Kilimo, where's number 2? And it looks like Hussein Can, his challenge has wilted. Where is he? Back in 5th place, I think. He's struggling to stay with this surge from the leading pair. In 3rd and 4th, Sufaro Wali and Izap Kipkemboy 2 are battling away for a place on the rostrum. Sufaro in the orange there, left of picture, looks like he's going well, maybe a little bit better than Izap 2. But this is a massive clash between this pair. Dejene Debele, the 30-year-old in second place, the defending champion. They've cleared, there you are, they've got over the first little climb, then it flattens out and even goes down a little bit. And then the big climb yet to come is the hardest, and it's the final climb up into Sultanahmet Square. Through this park, it's rather glorious, a super little park, lots of greenery as you can see, a bit of shade, nice surface for running on, and it flattens out here. But soon they begin the second climb, and it's a massive climb up until Sultanahmet. Dejene Debele has been here and done it before and got it right last year. I'll tell you what, Sufara Waliyi hasn't given up, back in third place. He might be about 25 meters down, but don't write him off because he is still there. There is no chance for these two to relax. Neither of them can afford to give ground here, not just because of the other one, but because of Sufaro back in third place in the women's race. We're still with this pack, 2 male pacemakers, 5 women tucked in behind them, and with 2 hours 8 minutes on the clock. What sort of time are they heading for? We don't have a 35-kilometer split from them. Well, Gulhane Park, as Ronzas Kilimo kicks hard and gets a gap on last year's champion, Gulhane Park, where the Tanzimat Fermani, which is the first concrete step of democratization, is read, has a very important place in the history of Turkey. This historical park, well, I've lost the catch. Let's concentrate on the great racing here, but it does look like Ronzas Lokitam Kilimo is heading for a win here, because I think he might have broken last year's champion. The Kenyan leads from the Ethiopian. The classical clash between the two great East African nations here. Similar age. Kilimo is 29, Debele is 30. Both strong. There's Sufara Waliyi in third place. He's battling away to try and come back at these two, and he might get there yet because he's gaining ground on Dejene Debele. But Ronzas Kilimo maybe is heading for victory now. He has that gap, it's about 20 meters back to Debele. The crowds here roaring them on as they come up towards Sultanahmet Square. It's at Medani, between the entrance gate of the Blue Mosque and the obelisk. But Ronzas Kilimo surely now is heading for victory. His legs are almost buckling up until Sultanahmet Square, where it flattens out for the last 150 meters or so towards the finish line. We're in a small marquee beside the finish line, loving the atmosphere here. The music is booming, the crowds are roaring, and here he comes now, Ronzas Lokitam Kilimo. He lost by 1 second in Seoul last year when he set his personal best. He's making no mistake here today. He's going to win this one. He punches the air. Time to celebrate. This man loves action movies, he said to me yesterday. Well, this is an action movie unfolding here because he is the champion of the 47th Türkiye İş Bankası Marathon, and a brilliant run from him. 2 hours, 10 minutes, 12 seconds, unofficially. We'll confirm that for you very shortly. Dejene takes second place. Dejene Debele, he couldn't repeat his win of last year. And in third place, brilliant run there from Sufara Waliyi. Wow, they know they've been in a race, these fellas. Talk about a kick in the tail. The last few hundred meters of this race are so cruel. Reduced to lying down, Dejene Debele, last year's winner, and what a brilliant run. They're coming through. Hussein Chan just crosses the line in 5th place. Supreme from him. And he's run a personal best too. What a day in which to run a personal best. He's run a personal best by about a minute. We'll confirm those positions for you very shortly. The women's race, of course, still unfolding. But I can tell you that Ronzas Lokitam Kilimo, his time 2:10.12. Dejene Debele 2:10.23, lost by 11 seconds eventually. And Hussein Chan 2:10.58 has wiped almost a minute off his personal best. Quite fantastic. That's the best run by a Turk in this race in many years. Also coming through now is Charles Josip Meneria. He's very tired too, but it's been a great run from him as he passes the German fountain in Sultanahmet Square. And good running here by Dixon Naikundi too. He's coming through, I think, for 6th place. On tired legs, there's no doubt about it. His time just outside 2:12 on a warm morning here in Istanbul. The temperature has been climbing steadily, and now it's 19 degrees. That's a few degrees above what is ideal. Anything around 19, 20 and upwards is not conducive. One of the pacemakers steps aside there. What a brilliant job he has done for these elite women, for Tene and Michael Mutai continues to help them on as this pack breaks down, and we're down to 3 women now. Who's it going to be? Who's going to take this one? Tigist Getnet has looked strong throughout there in the T-shirt with that accentuated arm action. She's not the smoothest looking of runners, is she? But it doesn't matter. And I'll tell you who does look very, very smooth is Joan Kilimo. Well, we had Ronzas Lokitam Kilimo win the men's race. Joan Kilimo then, in the orange, looking comfortable, just tucked in behind Michael Mutai. Tigst Getnet with that uncomfortable looking, accentuated arm action. Is still moving well. And tucked in behind them, I think, is Biswaga Adera. These the big 3. And Sofia Asefa is back in 4th place. And then Gete Dukale in 5th in the background there, negotiating their way past the wheelchairs, with the crowds on the other side cheering them on. But this is where Michael Mutai really should step aside and let these 3 battle it out. He's not serving any function here. 2 hours 14 on the clock. They've got about 10 minutes of running to go. Well, just to reiterate for you that in the men's race, the result meant that Ronzas Lokitam Kilimo was the winner at 2 hours 10:12 from Dejeni Debele. Last year's winner, 2:10:23, was 11 seconds back. And in 3rd, Sufaro Waliyi Kabato of Ethiopia, 2:10:26, taking 3rd spot. Hussein Chan, 5th, the best of the Turks, 2:10:58, a personal best by some 58 seconds. But these 3 women not giving any quarter. They've hung on doggedly to the coattails of Michael Mutai. And I tell you what, is there a rallying from Sofia Asefa in the background? Because she's only about 15 meters behind this trio, discounting Michael Mutai, of course, who is just a pacemaker. But perhaps the most compelling or mysterious run is that of Biswaga Adera behind, because she's not played and shown her colours, so to speak, in this race for the last couple of hours. She's been tucked in virtually the whole time. And I wonder if she can spring a surprise here. Race still coming in. That's Dominic Kirui Bet, who's finishing. For him, it's been a tough morning. A lot of the last few kilometers on his own. 2 hours 16 on the clock. He might be just outside 2:17, I think. He's into the last 100, 150 meters. That's about how long the finishing straight is. And pretty soon, these ladies to the right of picture will take the left-hand turn up through Gulhane Park. They will have their toughest moment of the race, toughest section of the race. Here is Dominic Kipkirui-Bet, the 29-year-old. He's a 2:13 performer. Here he's running about 2:17.22 today, crossing the line. Well, some 4 minutes outside his lifetime best, but it's a warm morning. That big hill doesn't help. And he will be relieved just to have finished here. It's almost as though they're chained to him by 1 meter long ropes, isn't it? Because they have stuck doggedly close to Michael Mutai, these three women. And they've been guided to the left of the road there. When there's a left-hand sweep, surely you hug the left-hand curve. You don't run down the outside of the road. They've been told to cross the mat there. That is the 40K mat for them, I think, in 2 hours 18:12. They're on schedule for, I think their times have slowed a little bit, maybe 2:26, something like that. I think they've suffered as the temperature has climbed. Halil Yassin we just saw in the men's race. He's a 2:17 performer. Been a tough journey for him through the second half. Halil Yassin, I think, will be the second of the Turks to come home after a magnificent run from Hussein Shan to finish 5th here. He was 6th last year in 2:14, but today his 5th place is a totally different quality. 2:10.58 here today. He's run almost 4 minutes quicker than last year. He has run a personal best, Hussein Shan, but here is the second of the Turks home today, the 26-year-old Halil Yassin. He's a 2:17 performer, so he's not so far outside that. There is the finish for Halil Yassin, getting congratulated his time around 2:19.40. That's pretty solid in these difficult conditions. He's only a couple of minutes outside his lifetime best. Oh, and Bernard Kipkirui, what a tough second half of the race he's had. Wow. Well, they're not up into Gulhane Park yet, these elite women. They're negotiating the last few hundred meters on the coast road. Phosphorus in the background, a little bit of a climb here. Tiny bit of a climb. See Asia in the background, isn't that magnificent? We're in Europe, but you can see Asia in the background. Then they take their left turn, and this is where the real mettle of an athlete is tested. They lean into that steep climb. And this is just the first of the two. This is about 100 meters long. Then it flattens out, and then there's another longer climb. Well, further back down the course, you have to remember that the masses may not be running as fast, but they are running in these high temperatures. Now they're on the flatter section. Gulhane Park, then. it has a kick in its tail. First of all, it makes you climb up away from the coast road. Then it flattens out like this. And then it climbs again. Now, the pacemaker here, this is an interesting situation. Because we have a battle royal between 3 women. And there's a pacemaker there. And he now is sort of helping Michael Mutai, Bizuaga Adera, because he is staying with her, and he really should step aside now and let these 4 women battle it out. Sophia Asafa has come back into the reckoning in the white t-shirt in 2nd place. Joan Jepkoskai Kalimo is there in 3rd place, effectively. And Tig's getting it back in 4th. But let these 4 race now. Yes, and that's the way it should be. Should have happened ages ago. Bizuaga, unheralded. You can go onto reference sites and she doesn't even have a date of birth. I know she's 22 is what I've been told. Her lifetime best is 2:28. She's going to smash that here today. That was when she was 5th in Rabat in April this year. She's coached by Selimon. That's all I have about her. She is relatively inexperienced. And I think that Rabat run back in April was her debut. She's only had the 1 race that I'm aware of in the Moroccan capital. But now, Sophia Asafa, who looked dead and buried 15 minutes ago, has come back into the reckoning and is battling away. Now, she, remember, is the former Olympic steeplechase silver medalist from London 2012. And I've always said that steeplechasers are a different breed. They are very, very tough. It's such a difficult event. And I wonder if that toughness now is coming to her benefit. Because I thought she was gone. She was back in 5th place a while ago. She was the first to drop away from a pack of 5. She's gone through a really bad section. Now she's maintaining and pushing hard and trying to get through to 1st place. And this is going to be another superb battle on this last final climb. Here are some of the men running outside the 2:24. 400 meters to go there. You can see that sign. This is the 2nd climb. It's a vicious one. It's longer than the 1st one. Out of Golhane Park. Bizuaga Adera leading at the moment. The smaller of these 2 has a best of just 2:28. Sophia Asafa has a best of 2:20, 2:23. She's 5 minutes faster on paper. But Bizuaga here is broaching new ground. She's going to run a personal best, there's no doubt about it here. 2:28.27. She's going to run a new best, personal best by a couple of minutes, I reckon, in these tough conditions. This is superb from Bizuaga. Bizuaga Adera up against Sophia Asafa, who is more experienced. Mind you, I say she's more experienced. It's only Asafa's 3rd marathon. And it's Bizuaga Adera's 2nd marathon. So these are both relative newbies to the world of marathon racing. But look at this, $50,000 for the winner. They're almost into the home straight. Sophia Asafa is the former track runner. She's been a great runner at the steeplechase for many, many years. A World Championship bronze medalist, an Olympic silver medalist. And she cannot catch Bizuaga Adera. Ethiopia against Ethiopia here. Bizuaga Adera with that massive carrot of huge prize money here at this 47th edition of the marathon here in Istanbul. She cannot catch her. Sophia Asafa, powerless to find those extra 3 meters to catch her compatriot. It's going to be so tight at the line, but this is a battle of survival for this pair. And it's going to be a champion from Ethiopia, and it's going to be an unexpected champion. Bizuaga Adera here is going to be the champion of this 47th edition of the Istanbul Marathon. Absolutely superb. 2:26.08 unofficially. She takes the win. She takes the big money. She runs a personal best by over 2 minutes. Sophia Asafa, what a gutsy run from her. She looked dead and buried half an hour ago, and She has come back to take second place in a brilliant battle between this pair. We could see the third place across the line, but we didn't get that. Joan Chetkovskaya-Kalimo, I think, taking third place there, wearing 106. And Tigst getting fourth place, I think.
It's going to be so tight at the line, but this is a battle of survival for this pair. And it's going to be a champion from Ethiopia. And it's going to be an unexpected
Zvolga Dera's winning time 2:26.19. Sofia Sefa 2:26.21. Just 2 seconds in it after 42 kilometers. Joan Chetkovskaya-Kalimo 2:26.36 was a further 15 seconds back. Then Tigst getting it was fourth, 2:26.44. Further 8 seconds back. And look at this. The legs have gone completely for Gete Dukale. How painful is this? She's in 5th place, but she can hardly move. Utter survival, that's all it is for her, this last few meters. Not sure why she's checking her watch. Maybe she's hoping she'll break 2:30. I'm sure she will. It's been a solid run from her, Gete Dukale. She's close to her personal best. Her lifetime best is 2:26.08. That was when she took 3rd place in Wuxi in Tokyo, in China, in March this year. And she's going to finish 5th place here today, Gete Dukale. What a day of racing we've had in conditions that have got more and more challenging for these runners. It's got warmer and warmer, and now just checking the temperature here in Istanbul. Well, it's pushing 19, it's 20 degrees here in Istanbul now. It's been a cruel second half of this race for them as the temperatures have climbed. But look at this. Sheer guts, mind over matter here for Gete Dukale. She is telling her legs, keep moving, keep moving. She's really hurting. It's still a very solid run. In these conditions, anything under 2:30 is fabulous. Roman Guide in 6th place. But I don't think she's got time to catch Dukale. Gete Dukale getting applause from the big crowds here at the finish line of Sultanahmet Square. A brave run from her. What a welcome sight this will be for her to get over the finish line. There it is. The finish is done and dusted for her. Her time unofficially 2:29.07. And Roman Guide, well, she's a 2:25 performer. So it's been a tough race for her. She's going to finish in 6th place. Well, she didn't finish the Wuxi Marathon in March. That's her only other race this year. But she's finished here today, albeit just inside 2:30. Finishes with a rally there. A strong surge towards the line from Roman Guide. 2:29.40 unofficially. She ran 3 marathons last year. She won in Tianjin in 2:29. She was 3rd in Guangzhou, 2:25. Then 2 weeks later, she ran in Guangzhou again, ran 2:26. Those were both in December. But, that's a really solid run from Roman Guide for 6th place. So the first 6 here in Istanbul, under 2 hours 30. In warm conditions and on a day when, well, circumstances colluded to make it not flat-out racing. I think the pacemakers in the last third of the race perhaps maybe held the runners back a little bit. But it matters not at all because we had 2 superb races. And the wheelchair racers, well, well done to them. They pushed hard on a tough course. That opening few hundred meters on the bridge. Then this final 2 kilometers. Incredibly hard for wheelchair racers to push up steep hills. Those are tired arms, believe me. However, without the pounding of running, they do race a lot more often. Wheelchair racers can race consecutive weekends at the marathon. That's a welcome sight, eh? The finishing straight, flat ground. Able to accept the applause of those around them, these wheelchair racers. It's the first of the Turkish finishers in the wheelchair race. just outside 2:30. Don't have this gentleman's name, apologies, but nonetheless, great performance. Worked really hard for that. That hill is cruel. Irrespective of your finishing time, you need a slap on the back because that hill over the last 2 kilometers is tough. Well, the athletes that have been finishing are saying it's very warm out there. They've suffered from the heat these last few kilometers. That's the world we live in, isn't it? Very high temperatures in the Berlin Marathon 5 weeks ago. Very high temperatures here today in Istanbul, higher than was expected. There is Rael Cerro. She's come home just outside 2:32. She's a 2:29 athlete. That's a pretty solid run considering, about 3 minutes outside her lifetime best. That's, I think, Yenenesh Tilohun-Dinkesa. She's a 2:24 performer. She's going to finish in something like 2:34. Yes, it is Yenenesh Tilohun-Dinkesa. It's her 12th marathon. She was 5th in Paris 3 years back in 2:24. She was 3rd in Seville 2019 and 2:25. She's broken 2:30 7 times, but today 2:33 here in Istanbul. 2:33. I'm a skeptic, I have to say. Well, Yenenesh Dinkesa comes home there, 9th place. Excuse me, in 8th place, got it wrong. 2:34.03 her time. Just to reiterate, the first 6 today, getting under 2 hours 30 in these warm, challenging conditions. And still they come home. Well, it's been a great day of racing here at this 47th edition of the Türkiye İş Bankası Istanbul Marathon. It's a glorious day in Europe's second biggest city, Europe's most fascinating city, surely, the world's only city that crosses 2 continents, the world's only marathon that runs between 2 continents, Asia and Europe. I do hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We'll try and bring you the results very shortly before I say goodbye to you. The leading lights are home, some in better shape than others. It has been a tough day at the races for the vast majority of them. This big hill really does give you additional reason to be proud of your run. Some people can't make it up the whole hill without stopping for a break. But the medal and the t-shirt and the goodie bag at this marathon is so well earned. And then you've got the most fascinating city to explore in the afternoon. It's only just gone 11:30 local time here in Istanbul. Fascinating city, surely. The world's only city. Well, the Blue Mosque is quite some backdrop, but let's take a look at the results. Confirmation of that win for Rondas Loktam Kilimo in the men's race. 2:10.12 from Dejani Debele, the 2019-2024 champion. Brilliant from Rondas Loktam Kilimo. Safar Wali on the rostrum as well, 2:10.26. And the first 5 there, under 2:11. Brilliant run from Hussein Can of Turkey to be the first Turkish man home. He was 6th last year, 5th this year, but in a massive personal best. That was a personal best before Chan by almost a minute. The rest of them brave running too in the growing temperatures here in this World Athletics Gold Label race of 2025. And Ramzas Loktan Kilimo $50,000 better off here in this Istanbul Marathon. And in the women's race, well, what a battle it was over the final few hundred meters between the two Ethiopian. Bizwaga Adera, 2:26.19 for her. That was a brilliant run. It was a personal best by over 2 minutes. Sofia Asefa came back from the dead. She looked dead and buried with about half an hour to go, but she rallied really well and nearly took the victory. The former Olympic steeplechase silver medalist came taking second in 2:26.21. Joan Jepkoskai Kalimo, 2:26.36. And Tigst Getnet, 2:26.44. At first, 6 women getting under 2:30 today. Well, it remains for me just to say goodbye to you and thanks for being with me over the last 3 hours or so. It's been a fabulous morning's racing here in Istanbul. The city beckons for all of us now to go off and get something cold and liquid in the fascinating lanes and back streets of this glorious city. From all of us here in Istanbul, thanks so much for being with us, and we'll see you again next year. Bye-bye.
this historical park.
Valla şimdi müsaade abi. Dönüyorum. Döneceğim abi. Evet dönüyorum. Kanka. Tam var ya.
Günaydın herkese. Büyükşehir Belediyesi Gençlik ve Spor Hizmetleri Dairesi Başkanlığı ve Spor İstanbul tarafından düzenlenen Türkiye'nin en büyük kitlesel spor etkinliği olan Türkiye İş Bankası 47. İstanbul Maratonu'na hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Dünyada iki kıta arasında koşulan tek maraton olma özelliğini taşıyan ve yaklaşık 40.000 kişiyle koşulan bu maratonda 9.000 görevli, 2.000'e yakın gönüllü ve 40'tan fazla kurum bu devasa etkinliğin kusursuz yürütülmesi için çalışmaya devam ediyor. Cumhuriyetimizin 102. yılını kutladığımız bu yılda İstanbul Maratonu bir yarıştan öte birlik, güç ve dayanıklılığın bir simgesi. tüm sporcularımıza başarılar diliyoruz.
duracağım burada. Şu kamerayı alsana yanına. Bu halk nerede biliyor musun? Halk arkada da. Ben bir de burada oturacağım, geliyorum. Bak sen git istiyorsan. Ben oturayım.
Sevgili İstanbullular, Cumhuriyetimizin 102. yılını kutladığımız bu yılda sizlerle birlikte olmaktan dolayı çok mutluluk duyuyoruz, onur duyuyoruz. Ve şimdi hep birlikte bu harika manzarada, muhteşem atmosferde bu güzel marşımızı sizlerle birlikte söylemek istiyoruz. Haydi hep birazdan söyleyelim İstanbul. Haydi İstanbul hep birlikte. Parla kısmını beraber söyleyelim mi? Harikasınız. Haydi bir kez daha. Hadi hep birlikte. Hazır mısınız? Parla sizde. Çok yüksek söyler misiniz şimdi? Harikasınız. Bir kez daha. Harikasınız. Hadi kırmızı bende, beyaz sizde, yaşasın bende, Türkiye sizde. 3, 2, 1 başlıyoruz. Kırmızı! Kırmızı! Kırmızı! Yaşasın! Canımız! Her şeyimiz! Ne mutlu! Çok büyük bir gürültü duyabilir miyiz İstanbul? Harikasınız! edeceğiz. Tüm sporcularımıza şimdiden başarılar diliyoruz.
Azaltmak adına kendilerini sandalyelere geçmelerini rica ediyoruz. Ödül törenimiz başlamak üzeredir. Yerlerinizi almanızı sizlerden rica ederiz. Teşekkür ederiz. Kapalı. Kapalı olsun. Ben açıp kapatıp vereceğim. Cumhuriyet Halk Partisi Genel Başkanımız Sayın Özgür Özel teşrif etmişlerdir. Kendilerine hoş geldiniz diyoruz. Türkiye İş Bankası 47. İstanbul Maratonu ödül törenine hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the award ceremony of the 47th Istanbul Marathon sponsored by Türkiye İş Bankası. Türkiye İş Bankası 47. İstanbul Maratonu'nda 42 kilometrede 6000 sporcunun yarıştığı bu uluslararası organizasyonda 3250 Türk sporcu, 2750 yabancı sporcu maratona kayıt olmuştur. At the 47th Istanbul Marathon, sponsored by Türkiye İş Bankası, 6,000 athletes participated in the 42 kilometer race of this international event with 3,250 Turkish athletes and 2,750 foreign athletes registered for the marathon. Umarız koşan sporcularımız için keyifli bir parkur olmuştur. Devam edenler içinse yine keyifli bir parkur olmaya devam edecek. Değerli konuklarımız, birazdan sırayla tekerlekli sandalye kategorisi, Türkiye Maraton Şampiyonası kategorisi, Türk sporcu kategorisinde ve genel klasman kategorisinde ilk 3 kadın ve ilk 3 erkek atlet ödüllerini almış olacaklar. Tekerlekli sandalye kategorisinde ise yine ödüllerde takdim edilecek sıralamaya göre. Dear guests, shortly in the following orders: in the wheelchair category, in the Turkish Marathon Championship, in the Turkish athlete category and the general classification category, the top 3 female and the top 3 male athletes will be receiving their rewards. İlk olarak tekerlekli sandalye kategorisinde ödüllerini alacak olan kadın sporcuları sahneye davet etmek istiyorum. First, I would like to invite the female athletes who will be receiving their rewards in the wheelchair category to the stage. Kadınlar tekerlekli sandalye kategorisinde sporcuları sahneye davet etmek istiyorum. Yerleşimlerine göre davet edeceğim. İkinci, Zeynep Acet. Birinci olan sporcu Zübeyde Süpürgeci. Ve üçüncü, Nurşah Usta. Alkışlar eşliğinde onlar yerlerini alıyor. Türkiye İş Bankası 47. İstanbul Maratonu'nda kadınlar tekerlekli sandalye kategorisinde öncelikle 3.56.41'lik derecesiyle Nurşah Usta'ya ödüllerini takdim etmek üzere İstanbul Gençlik ve Spor İl Müdür Yardımcısı Sayın Seyda Dursun'u davet ediyorum. ...3.56.41'lik derecesiyle 3. olarak tamamladı Nurşah Usta ve şu anda çiçeği, kupası ve ödülü İstanbul Gençlik ve Spor İl Müdür Yardımcısı Sayın Seyda Dursun tarafından takdim ediliyor. Tebrik ediyoruz. Seyda Bey, teşekkür ediyoruz. Sizleri bir süre daha ağırlamak isteriz sahnede. İkinci olan Zeynep Acet 3.02.50'lik derecesiyle kendisine ödüllerini takdim etmek üzere Türkiye Atletizm Federasyonu Başkanı Sayın Ahmet Karadağ davet ediyorum. Zeynep Acet 3.02.50'lik derecesiyle ikinci oldu ve çiçeğiyle birlikte kupası ve ödülü takdim ediliyor Türkiye Atletizm Federasyonu Başkanı Sayın Ahmet Karadağ tarafından. Hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz Zeynep Acet'i. Ben çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Ve birinci olan 2.50.03'lük derecesiyle birinci olan Zübeyde Süpürgeci'ye ödülünü takdim etmek üzere İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanı Vekili Sayın Nuri Aslan'ı davet ediyorum. Sayın Nuri Aslan, çiçek, kupa ve ödül takdimini gerçekleştiriyor Zübeyde Süpürgeci'ye. Hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz. Efendim, üçünüzden rica etsem toplu bir fotoğraf çekimi rica edelim sizlerden. Türkiye İş Bankası 47. İstanbul Maratonu Kadınlar Tekerlekli Sandalye kategorisi. 3. Nurşah Usta, 2. Zeynep Acet ve 1. Zübeyde Süpürgeci. Hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz. Sayın Karadağ ve Sayın Dursun'a da çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Sayın Başkanım, sizleri bir süre daha sahnede ağırlamak isterim. Sporcularımızla hep birlikte alkışlayarak yerlerini alacağız. Tebrik ediyoruz bir kez daha. Bir yandan sporcular yerlerini alırken bir yandan da İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Başkan Vekili Sayın Nuri Aslan. Efendim, tebrik ediyoruz. Güzel bir organizasyon sonrasında büyük bir katılımla tamamlıyoruz artık yavaş yavaş. Bir yandan da finişe gelen sporcular devam ediyor. Cumhuriyetimizin 102. yılını da kutlarken böyle büyük bir coşkuyla neler söyleyeceksiniz?
Bugün Cumhuriyetimizin 102. kuruluş yıl dönümünden birkaç gün sonra hep birlikteyiz. Çok zorlu bir maraton. Cumhuriyet Halk Partisi Genel Başkanımız Sayın Özgür Özel de maratona eşlik etti. Diğer arkadaşlarımız, valiliğimiz, Gençlik Spor İl Müdürlüğümüz. Dolayısıyla çok zorlu bir maratonda bütün sporcularımız başarıyla süreci tamamladılar. Bir kısım arkadaşlarımız henüz yeni gelse de en gurur verici şeylerden bir tanesi Genel Başkanımızın yaklaşık 1 saat 34 dakikada 15,5 kilometrelik maratonu tamamlaması, o gençliği, heyecanı ve mücadelesiyle aramızda olması. İnşallah yarınlarda da Türkiye'yi bu şekilde başarıyla dünyada temsil edeceğiz. Ben başarılar diliyorum ve organizasyonda emeği geçen, sponsor olan, katkıda bulunan tüm yol arkadaşlarımı da bu başarılarından dolayı buradan kutlamış oluyorum. Teşekkür ederim.
Çok sağ olun efendim. Evet, çok sağ olun. İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Başkan Vekili Sayın Nuri Aslan'a çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Efendim, erkekler kategorisiyle devam edeceğiz. Türkiye İş Bankası 47. İstanbul Maratonu'nda erkekler kategorisinde, tekerlekli sandalye erkekler kategorisinde 2 sporcumuz var. Onları davet edeceğim. Öncelikle ikinci olan sporcu 3.19.42'lik derecesiyle Birol Kamar. Ve birinci olan isim 2.47.04'lük derecesiyle Ömer Cantay. İstanbul Maratonu, Türkiye İş Bankası 47. İstanbul Maratonu'nda tekerlekli sandalye erkekler kategorisinde ikinci olan Birol Kamar'a ödülünü takdim etmek üzere İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Genel Sekreter Yardımcısı Sayın Neyza Akçabay ve İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Başkan Danışmanı Sayın Yiğit Özduman'ı davet ediyorum. İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Genel Sekreter Yardımcısı Sayın Neyza Akçabay ve İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Başkan Danışmanı Yiğit Oğuz Duman şu anda hediyelerini, kupalarını ve ödülünü takdim ediyor Birol Kamar'a. Hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz. 3.19.42'lik derecesiyle ve şimdi de erkeklerde birinci olan 2.47.04'lük derecesiyle birinci olan Ömer Cantay'a ödülünü takdim etmek üzere Cumhuriyet Halk Partisi Genel Başkanı Sayın Özgür Özel'i davet ediyorum. ...2.47.04'lük derecesiyle birinci olarak tamamladı Ömer Cantay ve şu anda ödüllerini alıyor Cumhuriyet Halk Partisi Genel Başkanı Sayın Özgür Özel'den. Toplu bir fotoğraf çekimi gerçekleştiriliyor. Sayın Neyza Akçabay ve Sayın Yiğit Oğuz Duman tarafından da çok teşekkür ediyoruz ve hep birlikte alkışlayarak uğurluyoruz kendilerini. Çok sağ olun efendim. Neyza Hanım ve Sayın Yiğit Oğuz Duman'a çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Sayın Başkanım, birkaç kelime de sizden almak isterim. Böyle önemli bir organizasyon, Cumhuriyet'in 102. yılı, neler söylersiniz?
Herkese merhabalar. Öncelikle bu tip organizasyonların yapılabilmesi çok önemli. Şehirleri değerli kılan, elbette yüz ölçümleri, nüfusları, sanayileri falan filan, ama esas dünyada şehirleri prestijli kılan iki unsur var. Biri coğrafi unsur. İçinden nehir geçen şehirler prestijli şehirlerdir dünyada. Ayıptır söylemesi, bizimkinin içinden deniz geçiyor. Ve böyle spor organizasyonlarına, kültür sanat organizasyonlarına ev sahipliği yapmak gerçekten o şehre bütün dikkatleri çeker. Dünyada birçok önemli maraton koşuluyor. Roma Maratonu, Pekin Maratonu. Ama iki kıta arasında koşulabilen, bir kıtada başlayıp bir başka kıtada biten bir maraton bize ait. O yüzden hem başkan vekilimizle, hem genel sekreterimizle, hem Ekrem Başkan'la geçmişte hep bu meselenin hak ettiğinin çok gerisinde bir bilinirliğinin ve popülaritesinin olduğunu, bunu çok daha güçlü bir noktaya getirmeyi konuşmuştuk, konuşmaya da devam ediyoruz. Tabii şehrin prestijini biraz önce söylediğim coğrafi avantajlar, böylesine önemli organizasyonlar arttırırken şehrin prestijini kıran bir şey var. Bu şehrin 3 kez üst üste seçilmiş başkanı ve 15,5 milyon insanın Cumhurbaşkanı adayı şu anda Silivri'de bir hapishanede tutuluyor. Bu ayıp Türkiye'ye çok şey kaybettiriyor. Biz Türkiye'ye kazandıracak işler yapmamız lazım. Bunun için de en kısa sürede Ekrem İmamoğlu'na İstanbul'un kavuşmasını ümit ediyorum. Emeği geçen herkese saygılar sunuyorum. Teşekkür ederim.
Cumhuriyet Halk Partisi Genel Başkanı Sayın Özgür Özel'e çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Evet efendim, 47. Türkiye İş Bankası 47. İstanbul Maratonu'nda tekerlekli sandalye kategorisinde kadınlar ve erkekler ödüllerini takdim ettik ve artık Türkiye Maraton Şampiyonası ile devam edeceğiz. Türkiye Maraton Şampiyonası kadınlar ve erkekler kategorisinde, ardından İş Bankası'nın özel ödüllerinin olduğu kadınlar ve erkekler tasnifiyle beraber ödüllerimizi takdim edeceğiz. Ve son olarak da genel klasman ödülleriyle hem kadınlarda hem de erkeklerde sporcularımızı ödüllendirerek Türkiye İş Bankası 47. İstanbul Maratonu'nun ödül törenini tamamlamış olacağız. Bir yandan tabii sporcuların da heyecanını, coşkusunu duyuyorsunuzdur izleyenlerin de. Bizler de büyük bir keyifle bu seslere tanıklık ediyoruz. Evet, şimdi Türkiye Maraton Şampiyonası kadınlar kategorisinde sporcuları davet etmek istiyorum. Kadınlarda 3. 3.06.47'lik derecesiyle Esra Taşdemir. İkinci olan sporcu 3.02.49'luk derecesiyle Maria Kolpakova. Ve kadınlarda 1. 3 saat 37 saniyelik derecesiyle Ezgi Keskin. Öncelikle kadınlarda 3. olan Esra Taşdemir ödülünü takdim etmek üzere Türkiye Atletizm Federasyonu As Başkanları Sayın Münir Cura ve Sayın Abdullah Yılmaz'ı davet ediyorum. ...47'lik derecesiyle 3. oluyor Esra Taşdemir. Hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz. Ve 2. olan Maria Kolpakova. Kendisine ödülleri takdim etmek üzere Türkiye Atletizm Federasyonu Başkanı Sayın Ahmet Karadağ'ı davet ediyorum. Maria Kolpakova 3.02.49'luk derecesiyle 2. olarak tamamladı Türkiye Maraton Şampiyonası kadınlar kategorisini. Ve ödüllerini Türkiye Atletizm Federasyonu Başkanı Sayın Ahmet Karadağ'dan alıyor. Tebrik ediyoruz. Ve kadınlarda 1. 3 saat 37 saniyelik derecesiyle Ezgi Keskin oluyor. Ödüllerini takdim etmek üzere İstanbul Spor'dan sorumlu Vali Yardımcısı Sayın Ünal Kılıçarslan'ı davet ediyorum. 3 saat 37 saniyelik derecesiyle birinci olarak tamamlıyor Ezgi Keskin. Hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz. Sayın Valim, toplu fotoğraf çekimi için de lütfen sizleri bir süre daha ağırlamak isteriz. Çok sağ olun. Türkiye Maraton Şampiyonası kadınlar kategorisinde ilk 3 karşınızda 3. Esra Taşdemir, 2. Maria Kolpakova ve 1. Ezgi Keskin. Hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz. Çok sağ olun, teşekkürler. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz ve tebrik ediyoruz. Türkiye Maraton Şampiyonası erkekler kategorisiyle devam edeceğiz. Erkeklerde 3. olan isim 2.23-23'lük derecesiyle Yavuz Agrali. İkinci olan isim 2.19-49'luk derecesiyle Halil Yaşın. Ve birinci olan isim 2.10-56'lık derecesiyle Hüseyin Can. Öncelikle üçüncü olan Yavuz Agrali'ye ödüllerini takdim etmek üzere Türkiye Atletizm Federasyonu Başkan Vekili Sayın Halit Özdilek ve Türkiye Atletizm Federasyonu Yönetim Kurulu üyesi Sayın Burak İleri'yi davet ediyorum. ...2.23-23'lük derecesiyle 3. olarak tamamlıyor Yavuz Agrali. Hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz. Ödüllerini takdim ediliyor şu anda. Sayın Özdilek ve Sayın İleri'ye çok teşekkür ediyorum ve onları sahnenin bu tarafına doğru alacağım efendim sizleri. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. İkinci olan Halil Yaşın'a ödüllerini takdim etmek üzere Türkiye Atletizm Federasyonu Başkanı Sayın Ahmet Karadağ'ı davet ediyorum. ...2.19-49'luk derecesiyle ikinci oluyor erkeklerde Halil Yaşın. Ve ödüllerini Türkiye Atletizm Federasyonu Başkanı Sayın Ahmet Karadağ'dan alıyor. Hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz Halil Yaşın. Tebrikler. Ve erkeklerde birinci olan 2.10-56'lık derecesiyle Hüseyin Can ödüllerini takdim etmek üzere İstanbul Spor'dan sorumlu Vali Yardımcısı Sayın Ünal Kılıçarslan'ı davet ediyorum. ...2.10-56'lık derecesiyle birinci olarak tamamladı Hüseyin Can. Hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz. Efendim sizlerin de bu fotoğrafa dahil olmanızı rica ediyoruz. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Tebrik ediyoruz sporcularımızı. Sayın Kılıçarslan, Sayın Karadağ, Sayın Özdilek ve Sayın İleri'ye de çok teşekkür ederiz. Efendim Türkiye İş Bankası 47. İstanbul Maratonu ödül törenimizde İş Bankası Türk Kadınlar kategorisiyle devam ediyoruz. Üçüncü olan isim kadınlarda Natalya Kahraman 3.05-09'luk derecesiyle Natalya Kahraman. Tebrik ediyoruz. İkinci olan isim Maria Kolpakova. Ve kadınlarda birinci olan isim Ezgi Keskin. Ödülleri takdim etmek üzere Türkiye İş Bankası Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Sayın Gürler Özkök'ü davet ediyorum. Öncelikle üçüncü olan Natalya Kahraman 3.05.09'luk derecesiyle ödüllerini alıyor Türkiye İş Bankası Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Sayın Gürler Özkök'ten. Tebrik ediyoruz. Ve ikinci Maria Kolpakova. Maria Kolpakova da ödüllerini alıyor Sayın Gürler Özkök'ten. Hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz. Ve birinci olan isim Ezgi Keskin'e de ödüllerini takdim edecek Sayın Gürler Özkök. Maraton İş Bankası Türk Kadınlar kategorisinde ödüllerini alan isimler Natalya Kahraman, Maria Kolpakova ve Ezgi Keskin. Hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz. Teşekkür ediyoruz ve tebrik ediyoruz. Sayın Gürler Özkök, sizleri bir süre daha ağırlamak isteriz efendim. Erkekler kategorisi içinde ödülleri takdim etmenizi rica edeceğiz. Erkeklerde üçüncü olan isim alkışlarla Yavuz Agrali. İkinci Halil Yaşın. Ve birinci olan isim Hüseyin Can. Sporcular ödüllerini Türkiye İş Bankası Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Sayın Gürler Özkök takdim edecek. Üçüncü olan Yavuz Agrali ödüllerini alıyor. Şimdi de ikinci olan Halil Yaşın. Ödülleri Türkiye İş Bankası Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Sayın Gürler Özkök takdim ediyor. Ve birinci olan Hüseyin Can, ona da ödülleri takdim edilecek. Hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz sporcularımızı. Türkiye İş Bankası Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Sayın Gürler Özkök'e de çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Çok sağ olun efendim. Sporcularımızı da tebrik ediyoruz. Ve Maraton Türk Erkekler kategorisiyle devam edeceğiz. Türkiye İş Bankası 47. İstanbul Maratonu ödül törenimizde erkekler genel klasman sonrasında gerçekleşecek. Kadınlar genel klasmandaki sporcuları davet etmek isterim. Kadınlarda üçüncü olan isim third place 2.26.36'lık derecesiyle Kenya'dan Joan Jepkoskei Kilimo. ...2.26.36'lık derecesiyle üçüncü olarak tamamladı. Kadınlarda Joan Jepkoskei Kilimo. Kenyalı sporcu. Çok yakın geçen bir yarış oldu. Üçüncü olan sporcu birincinin sadece 17 saniye gerisindeydi. Birinci ve ikinci arasında ise sadece 2 saniyelik bir fark vardı. Ve sporcu geliyor alkışlarla Joan Jepkoskei Kilimo. İkinci olan isim Etiyopya'dan Sofia Sefa Abebe. Ve birinci olan isim Etiyopya'dan Bizuageradera Minella. Üçüncü olan Joan Çepkeskoi Kilimo'ya ödüllerini vermek üzere İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Genel Sekreteri Sayın Profesör Doktor Volkan Demir'i davet ediyorum. Uzun bir maraton, dünyada 2 kıtada koşulan tek yarış, oldukça zorlayıcı bir parkur. Joan Çepkeskoi Kilimo şu anda ödüllerini alıyor. 2.26.36'lık derecesiyle hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz. Volkan Bey çok teşekkür ediyoruz sizleri. Bu tarafa alacağım efendim. Çok sağ olun. İkinci olan sporcuya ödüllerini vermek üzere İstanbul Spor'dan sorumlu Vali Yardımcısı Sayın Ünal Kılıçarslan'ı davet ediyorum. ...2.26.21 derecesi Sofya Asefa Bebe. Güçlü alkışlarla tebrik ediyoruz kendisini, Etiyopyalı sporcu. Üçüncünün sadece 15 saniye gerisinde, birincinin 2 saniye gerisinde kaldığı ödülleri takdim edildi. Sayın Kılıçarslan'a çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Efendim sizleri de ağırlamak isteriz sahnede. Sayın Valim çok teşekkür ederiz. Ve birinci olan sporcumuza ödülleri vermek üzere İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Başkan Vekili Sayın Nuri Aslan'ı davet ediyorum. ...2.26.19'luk derecesiyle Bizuageradera Minella oluyor Etiyopyalı sporcu. Hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz. Sayın Valimizi ve Sayın Demir'i de bu fotoğrafa dahil olmalarını rica ediyoruz. Hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz. Türkiye İş Bankası 47. İstanbul Maratonu'nda kadınlar genel klasmanda ilk 3'e giren sporcular. 3. Joan Çepkeskoi Kilimo, 2. Sofya Seva Bebe ve 1. Bizuageradera Minella. Alkışlar onlar için. Çok sağ olun. Sayın Nuri Aslan, Sayın Ünal Kılıçarslan ve Sayın Profesör Doktor Volkan Demir'e çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Sporcularımız da yorucu bir maratonun ardından dinlenmeye geçecekler artık. 47.sini gerçekleştirdiğimiz İstanbul Maratonu'nda Türkiye İş Bankası'nın sponsorluğunda kadınlar kategorisinde genel klasmanda ödülleri takdim ettik ve sırada erkekler kategorisi var. Erkeklerde 3. olan sporcu 2.10.26'lık derecesiyle Etiyopya'dan Sufaro Voli Kebato. İkinci olan isim 2.10.23'lük derecesiyle Kenya'dan Dejene Debela. Ve birinci olan isim 2.10.12'lik derecesiyle Ronzas Lokitam Kilimo. Hep birlikte alkışlıyoruz sporcularımızı. Sporculara ödüllerini takdim etmek üzere Cumhuriyet Halk Partisi Genel Başkanı Sayın Özgür Özel'i sahneye davet ediyorum. Öncelikle 3. olan Sufaro Voli Kebato. Üçüncü olan isim Sufaro Voli Kebato'ydu. Hep birlikte alkışlıyoruz efendim. Ve ikinci olan isim Kenya'dan Dejene Debela. Cumhuriyet Halk Partisi Genel Başkanı Sayın Özgür Özel ödülleri takdim ediyor. Maraton erkekler genel klasman kategorisine Dejene Debela ikinci oluyor. Kenyalı sporcu. Ve birinci olan isim 2.10.12'lik derecesiyle Ronzas Lokitam Kilimo. Hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz. Fotoğraf çekimimizi de gerçekleştireceğiz sporcularla birlikte. Sayın Valimiz, Sayın Ünal Kılıçarslan, Sayın Nuri Aslan kendilerini de sahneye davet ediyoruz. Ödül törenimizin ardından da toplu bir fotoğraf çekimi gerçekleştireceğiz bugünün anısına. Sporcularımızı hep birlikte alkışlayalım lütfen. 3. Suparo Voli Kebato, 2. Dejene Devela ve 1. Ronzas Lokitam Kilimo. Hep birlikte alkışlayarak tebrik ediyoruz. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Şimdi fotoğraf çekimi için değerli protokolümüzü sahneye davet etmek istiyorum. Sayın Demir, Sayın Gürler Özkök, Sayın Karadağ, Sayın Cura, Sayın Yılmaz, Sayın İleri, Sayın Özdilek, Sayın Karadağ, Neyza Akçabay, hepinizi davet ediyoruz efendim. Sayın Seyda Dursun, değerli protokolümüzü davet ediyoruz fotoğraf çekimine. Böyle özel ve önemli bir günde sizlerle birlikteyiz. Eğer isimlerini unuttuğumuz protokolümüz varsa onları da davet edelim lütfen efendim. Yoğun katılımlı böyle bir organizasyona yakışan bir fotoğraf çekimini gerçekleştirmiş olduk böylece. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz efendim. Başta isim sponsorumuz Türkiye İş Bankası olmak üzere desteklerini esirgemeyen tüm sponsorlarımıza teşekkür ediyoruz. Of course, we would like to thank all our sponsors, starting with our title sponsor, Türkiye İş Bankası, Sportiv, Huawei, Patex, MG, Süver, V-Foods, Chibo, Selenes by Sweden, Kızılay Maden Suyu, Crocs, Doğanay Şalgam Suyu, Metro FM, SKG, Kanyon, Formilk, Hamidiye. Tüm sponsorlarımıza desteklerinden dolayı teşekkür ediyoruz. Etkinliğimizi renklendiren, enerjileri hiç bitmeyen ailemizin koca bir parçası olan gönüllülerimize de teşekkür etmeyi bir borç biliniriz. Bu devasa etkinlikte tam 6 farklı lokasyonda 30 görev alanında bizlerle birlikte olan 2000'e yakın Spor İstanbul gönüllüleri yalnızca İstanbul'a ve spora olan tutkularıyla bu organizasyonun başarıyla gerçekleşmesini sağladılar. Emekleri, özverileri ve bitmek bilmeyen enerjileriyle maratonumuzun gerçek kahramanları oldular. Spor İstanbul gönüllülerine de sonsuz teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz. Bugün burada bizimle birlikte olduğunuz için teşekkür ediyoruz. Umarız bu maraton hafızalarınızda unutulmaz bir deneyim olarak kalır. Bir sonraki etkinliklerimizde tekrar buluşmak dileğiyle sağlıklı ve spor dolu günler dileriz. Tüm sporcularımıza başarılar diliyor ve İstanbul Maratonu'nu bir kez daha coşkuyla selamlıyoruz.